September the 13th, 2022. This is the Board of Commissioners for Pitkin County. This is our work session day, but before we start our work session at 1 o'clock, we have the honor and the privilege to announce Pitkin County Cares Volunteer Service Awards for 2022. We have an amazing list of people who have dedicated and volunteered their time, their efforts, their passions, their hearts, their souls to helping others within Pitkin County. So this is an amazing list we have before us. And due to traffic, trust me, is beyond Pitkin County's control. We have some changes in our agenda, and we're going to kind of be taking people. We want to make sure that the recipients are on their way, and that we will be patient and flexible with their time, because we want to make sure that they are present in the room if they're on their way to present their awards to them. So we are going to start out today. We have a list that's different from the program. We're going to start out today with Wheeler Clancy, and Francie will be giving the first. So Wheeler is in this room or next door.
Right here.
Wheeler, please come up. We're going to put you front and center with Francie. Congratulations.
Yay.
Now you have to make sure the mic is it on? Perfect.
She tested it with the,
All right.
see if they switched the camera.
Well, whereas Wheeler Clancy and his little buddy Bowden were matched in the buddy program in 2014, and now in the blink of an eye, Wheeler will be watching his mentee Bowden head off to college this fall. And whereas over the past 8 years, Wheeler Clancy shared Bowden's passion for the outdoors and an active lifestyle, and they hiked and skied together often. Bowden himself says Wheeler has always been there for him, whether it be watching bad TV together, during illnesses, ripping on fat powder days, or going to yoga. And whereas no matter what Wheeler Clancy and Bowden were actually doing, Wheeler has always been a positive male role model, showing Bowden what a healthy lifestyle and staying true to one's values can look like. There is no doubt that these two will remain friends and maintain their strong relationship. And whereas Bowden's mother said she had tears in her eyes when she wrote how blessed she felt to have Wheeler Clancy in their lives, she says he is an exceptional human and the community is a better place with him in it. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Wheeler Clancy with the Pitkin County Cares Children and Youth Award. Congratulations. Okay.
You don't want to say anything?
I guess I can. Yeah. I just want to thank you guys for honoring me with this award, and I was a little surprised when I got the notification, because to me it didn't really feel like I was volunteering. It was just kind of fun hanging out, and he became much more of a friend, and it never felt like like I was burdened by volunteering, almost, in a sense. So I was hesitant at first, but in the end, it was probably one of the best experiences that I've ever done. So it was really great. So,
That's great.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Also, if anybody is listening, I would encourage them to pursue participating in the buddy program. I know they're always looking for big buddies, and they're also moving down Valley. They're going to have operating in Glenwood and down Valley, so jump on board.
Thanks, Francie.
Bye, Lindsay.
Thank you all. Okay, next, Kelly's going to be presenting for Jerry Herships.
All right, Jerry, come on up. Thank you. All right, I'm going to have you stand right next to me so the camera can get you.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. All right, can you hear me? Whereas, and nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Yes, Jerry Herships is relatively new to the Pitkin County community, but every day since he arrived here, he has made a meaningful difference in the lives of our most vulnerable. And whereas by day, Jerry Herships is the pastor at Aspen Community Church, but in his free time, he participates in the Housing Stability Coalition and serves on the Recovery Resources Board of Directors. And whereas, when a need is identified in the unhoused community, Jerry Herships is among the first to step up to find a solution. When socks were needed, he jumped on social media and received over 250 pair of warm socks. He also collected clothing, toiletries, camping gear, and sub-zero sleeping bags for the local homeless population. And whereas Jerry Herships played an integral part in establishing the safe outdoor space at the Brush Creek Park and Ride during the height of the COVID-19 pandemic. He visited the site regularly to provide support and friendship. He galvanized a group of volunteers, restaurant workers, and others to provide PB&J lunch bags every Thursday to the residents of the camp. And whereas, when it was time to dismantle the safe outdoor space last November, Jerry Herships volunteered for the site cleanup and spent months helping individual residents come to terms with its imminent closure. He was instrumental in encouraging a few residents to seek life-changing inpatient substance use treatment. And whereas it may surprise you to learn that Jerry Herships spent the first 20 years of his career in broadcast journalism, working in the Los Angeles market in television, radio, and film. Jerry was a stand-up comic for more than 26 years. He performed in front of more than 1 million people before he was 25. And whereas perhaps it's his innate sense of humor that helps give Jerry Herships a positive perspective to be a kind, generous, and humble volunteer. He has a gift for encouraging and engaging the community in supporting the most vulnerable in Pitkin County. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Jerry Herships with the Pitkin County Cares Good Samaritan Award.
Thank you.
I feel like I want to hear this radio broadcast voice.
I know.
Well, I'm glad you asked.
I don't
Tell
think
it.
it does, but I'm happy to hold it. Yeah.
Say something funny now.
It's really dangerous to hand a comic and a preacher a microphone and go, would you like a few words? I actually did prepare just a few things that I thought you would love. Because if I don't write it down, then we're all going to be in trouble. I don't know how many of you know, but last night was the Emmy Awards, and Kenan Thompson hosted the Emmys. And I was lucky enough to get to work with Kenan when I lived out in Los Angeles. And since then, he's become the longest running Saturday Night Live cast member in the history of that show. And he's won an Emmy, and it's been amazing. And would I like to win an Emmy? Absolutely. That would be fantastic. But I will tell you this. If you had told the 24-year-old me that I was going to win this award in Aspen, I would have called you a liar, for sure. Luckiest guy in the world. I do want to take the time, though, to say I am honored to work with the Pitkin Human Services. Nan Sundin actually brought me on early on, and Nan's in the room right now, and I was floored by the work she was doing and knew I wanted to work with that crew of people. The folks over at Recovery Resources are spectacular. If you haven't worked with them, everyone should. They're an amazing group of people, and all of them know what it means to put more love in the world, especially considering they are doing it for the folks that are unhoused and probably need that little shot of dignity and respect more than virtually anybody in our community. Kenan, congratulations on the Emmys, but you don't have one of these. So there you have it. So thank you from the bottom of my heart. I am deeply honored.
Great.
All right, next, it is my honor and my privilege to present an award to Don Bird, who I've known for 40
There he is.
something years now. Well, you want to come up here?
Hey, Don.
Hi, Don Bird. Can I give you a hug? Okay, you ready for this?
I guess.
Okay. Get things set up so I get enough hands here. All right, Don Bird, whereas proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pitkin County, Colorado, honoring Don Bird. Whereas Don Bird has been on the nonprofit board of A Way Out for 10 years. Here, come over here closer to me. A Way Out supports people in drug and alcohol crisis with the treatment they need, and whereas it has been Don Bird's it may have been Don Bird's firsthand experience as a bartender in Aspen in the 1970s that gave him the perspective and compassion he brings to the A Way Out board, and whereas as Pitkin County Jail Administrator for 30 years, Don Bird saw the impact that substance abuse and mental health issues can have on a community. His knowledge of the legal system has helped A Way Out find the best ways to support residents in crisis. And Whereas A Way Out helps approximately 400 local youth, individuals, and families every year by giving them access to treatment services, free bilingual clinical care, peer support, a specialized family program, and education and outreach throughout the year. And whereas Don Bird has also spent many years helping the former Homeless Coalition address food and shelter issues in the community. That work continues to this day with the newly formed Housing Stability Coalition. And whereas in June of 2021, Don Bird suffered life-changing injuries on a bicycle accident and has spent the past year and a half relearning to speak, walk, and get back to the lifestyles he loves. There is no doubt that when he is able, Don Bird will get back to work serving the community he so dearly loves. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pickens County Commissioners and the people of Pickens County are honored to recognize Don Bird with the Pickens County Cares Mental Health Award. Don, we love you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Would you like to say a few words?
Thanks, Don. Thanks, Molly.
Molly? Don, this is for you. All right, thank you.
All right.
All right, next, we have Susie Kraybacher, and I think she's here, is she here?
Online.
There she is.
She's online.
Hi, virtually, and Francie here. For you, thank you.
Hi, Susie. Whereas Susie Kraybacher exemplifies what it means to be a Good Samaritan, and whereas through her nonprofit organization, Haiti Children, Susie Kraybacher has been providing care, food, and education to abandoned, orphaned, and disabled children in Haiti for almost 30 years. She is the shining example of how Pickens County Cares volunteer service extends beyond the boundaries of Pickens County and the Roaring Fork Valley. And whereas Susie Kraybacher receives no salary for her work, and she spends more than 50 hours each week advocating for the daily care and education of more than 2,000 people. Over the decades, she has raised more than $40 million, all of which has gone to Haiti's most vulnerable. She built 100,000 square feet of infrastructure right after the most devastating hurricane that Haiti had ever seen, created an education system for the orphans, and developed a sustainable farming model. And whereas Susie oversees the around-the-clock care for more than 120 orphans, many of whom are disabled. They receive full medical care, including physical therapy and surgery, food, clothing, education, shelter, and loving care. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pickens County Commissioners and the people of Pickens County recognize that Pickens County can and should care for people and causes beyond its borders, are honored to recognize Susie Kraybacher with the Pickens County Cares Good Samaritan Award. Thank you so much for your service, Susie.
Susie, you're on mute. Susie, you're on mute, so just unmute yourself and the floor is yours.
Is that better?
That's so much better, thank you.
I just have to say, working in Haiti for 30 years, I don't think I could have ever begun that work had I not had the support of the people in Aspen and Pickens County. I get to go to Haiti and then I get to come home to heaven. And it's important when you're working in a place that sometimes seems like hell to know that you get to come home to my friends that have unconditional support. And I long to have my little kids someday visit Aspen so that they can see, you know, the love that you guys have given them over the years. It's been so special for me. And I honestly don't think mentally I could do my work if I didn't have this incredible town backing us up. So thank you with all my heart.
Thank you.
Susie. Thank you. We really appreciate it. Thank you. I'd like to have you back again so we can see you in town.
Thank you.
All right, next we have Joan Tidwell with Kelly. We did have Steve Chow, just so the public knows. Steve, oh, there he is. Steve, do you have the proclamation before you for Joan?
I do have it. I might have to leave my my video off because I am really have sketchy internet here. So I'm in the one, I think the most beautiful place in the world above Aspen, and that's the Wrangell St. Elias National Park in McCarthy, Alaska right now. So I will try reading this proclamation with my video on. If my voice is breaking up too much, let me know. I will turn the video off.
Okay, Joan, come on up. And I want the public to know that the reason that Steve is not here with us today is because he's a new grandfather. He has his first grandbaby, Ramona, who is up in Alaska, and Steve finally got to go see her, and we can't wait for all the pictures, Steve. All right, Steve, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. Whereas Joan Tidwell is an artist and floral designer who finds time to assist the Pitkin County Senior Center and Whitcomb Terrace to enrich the lives of older adults. And whereas Joan Tidwell plays bridge, mahjong, and other games for hours on end with the seniors who participate in these activities at the Senior Center and Whitcomb Terrace. And whereas Joan Tidwell is a great conversationalist who really listens to what seniors have to say and always makes good on her promises to help seniors in need, including delivering meals to the homebound. And whereas Joan Tidwell often brings fresh flowers to the Senior Center and has taught the seniors and Senior Center staff how to make beautiful flower arrangements. And whereas with unending energy, Joan Tidwell has graciously given countless hours of her time to visit residents of Whitcomb Terrace. She drives the residents of this assisted living facility to appointments, accompanies them to the theater, musical shows, and movies. She also takes them on long drives in the mountains. The Senior Center and Whitcomb Terrace staff agree that Joan Tidwell's generosity and support have enhanced the quality of life of local seniors, and the time she has given them is priceless. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Joan Tidwell with the Senior County Cares Senior Award. Thank you.
Thank you. And my brother Seth's watching from Houston, and he was proud of me. And I was so thrilled to get this award. I was so honored. And then to go after Susie Kraybacher, it just sounds like all I do is have fun. So, the reason I like the seniors is, because I am one of them. And then also, I like them. They're my friends. And so it's not really hard to do things for them. So, my dad, the biggest compliment you could get from my dad was, "Joan, I'm proud of you." And, when I got this, I thought, well, my Terry would be proud of me. So anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Joan. Next, we have Allison Daly, and Greg will be presenting Allison's award. Allison, nice to see you.
Bring her up to the podium. Here we go. Wow, great to see you in person. I'm glad we're here in person doing this. Okay, here we go. Whereas Allison Daly has been involved with the Pathfinders organization for more than 15 years, and during her tenure as director has expanded the program beyond assistance to cancer patients and the critically ill to include assistance for those suffering from grief and loss. And whereas Allison has suffered her own fair share of loss and grief through her life, which we've shared in this community, through her life experience and her professional training as a grief counselor, she has shown up time and time again for people in the community in their darkest hours. And whereas a recent example of Allison Daly's compassion and support is when a student at the high school lost both parents within a few months last year due to an addiction. Allison has been there for that young man every step of the way, from helping him navigate his loss to making sure he had what he needed to attend high school, prom. The man is off to college next year, and Allison is taking him. And whereas this is just one example among too many to mention of Allison Daly's huge heart and empathy, she always goes the extra mile to show care and love. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County recognize that Pitkin County is honored to recognize Allison Daly with the Pitkin County Cares Health Award. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I get really uncomfortable with things like this, so it's kind of hard for me. But I appreciate being recognized. I do what I do because it's a calling and because I love it, and it brings me joy even though the circumstances are really difficult. But thank you so much for honoring me. It really means a lot.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I have another one. I'm running over here.
Greg's got another one, and apparently Eric's Caravan will not be with us today, but he's here in spirit. And we have a plaque that we will get on to him, but Greg is going to read this award for Kent.
Is Kent here?
Is Clint-
Kent's here. Come on
Come
up,
on
Kent.
up, Kent.
Good to see you. Haven't seen you on our highway cleanup program lately. Glad you're here. Whereas Kent Blackner is an avid cyclist who has spent many years riding up and down Capitol Creek and Snowmass Creek drainages near his home in Little Elk Creek. And Eric Scarvin is a local adventure sports entrepreneur, and the two of them have a thing about littering. And whereas, over a decade ago, Kent Blackmer decided that instead of riding past trash he saw along the roadway, he should dismount and pick it up. He started yelling at other cyclists passing by to do the same. That didn't go over too well, and Kent came up with a better idea of rewarding cyclists for picking up trash. He created the Pristine Riders, whereby a cyclist could get a custom-made bike jersey if they picked up one piece of trash every time they rode. Instead of yelling at passing cyclists, he'd hold up one finger, his index finger, signaling to them to pick up one piece of trash. As Kent Blackmer was able to raise enough money, including investing some of his own money, to purchase 215 Pristine Riders bike jerseys that were quickly snapped up by the enthusiastic cyclist-turned-trash collectors. But Kent didn't like fundraising and promoting. That's where Eric Scarvin stepped in. And Eric embraced the Pristine Riders concept and turned it into a 501c3 nonprofit, promoted it on his grassroots TV show, and shares Blackmer's commitment to picking up trash. Scarvin also hosts the annual Trash Crush event in Aspen. And the coveted Pristine Riders bike jerseys are long gone, but the nonprofit is open to benefactors interested in funding the next batch. Kent Blackner, Eric Scarvin, and at least 250 other Pristine Riders in the community continue to pick up at least one piece of trash every time they ride. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Kent Blackmer and Eric Scarvin with a Pitkin County Cares Community Pride Award. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Well, the introduction addressed a lot of the issues I was going to speak about, but I'll pick up about midstream. And Pristine Riders came to me as an epiphany. I thought if I could give away bike jerseys, I could get some much needed assistance picking up trash, particularly along biking roadways. So with the help of my nephew who designed that jersey, and Mount Boar, the company that made the jerseys, and a number of very kind donors, a couple of which are in the gallery today, and the Snowmass Capitol Creek Caucus, who allowed me to use their status as a pass-through. And the Salt Bike that gave the jerseys away, the program was up and running. My co-recipient, Eric Scarvin, read about Pristine Riders in the paper and asked that I be on his grassroots show. I gladly agreed, hoping to reach as many people and potential riders as I could. Well, Eric was very taken with the notion of pristine riders and asked me to become a partner. What seemed to strike him most was the notion that the program not be a burden to anyone, that if a sizable percentage of local riders just started picking up one piece of trash, we could go a long way of eliminating much of our unsightly rubbish. As my enthusiasm for the program was admittedly flagging after the eye-opening task of asking for donations, having Eric essentially pick up the reins was much appreciated. He has created a Pristine Riders nonprofit situation. He has put together an annual North Star pickup, and he posts to the Facebook page regularly. He has proven to be a fantastic partner. My role for the past few years has been to carry out the central mission, which is to try to pick up trash. I'm happy to say that I've rarely wavered from that commitment, although some days I'm certainly more eager than others to do what needs to be done. Obviously, this is not the most glamorous enterprise the world has ever seen. More than once, I have gotten off my bike and clambered down a steep embankment, only to find that the treasure I sought was a plastic bottle filled with urine topped off by tobacco juice. From It Can Always Be Worse department, my mother informed me that in Boulder County, when disposable diapers first came out, people pitched them out the window. Yes, almost the daily ritual of picking up trash is pretty much a thankless job. That is why when Pat Bingham contacted me about this nomination, I was very excited and pleased. I saw it as an opportunity to plug the program and has gotten me to thinking about how to expand the program. I would like to see Pristine Riders get a cameo on the nightly news broadcast, and I'm in the process of contacting ABC News to that end. What I would like to highlight, if we get the opportunity, is that Aspen and the Roaring Fork Valley are blessed with a whole series of drainages feeding the Roaring Fork that make for unbelievable recreational opportunities. Difficult Creek, Hunter Creek, Castle Creek, Maroon Creek, Brush Creek, Woody Creek, Snowmass, Capitol Creeks, the Frying Pan River, the Crystal, Cattle Creek, and the 4-mile drainage. The beauty of each one of these drainages is certainly enhanced when they are spotless. Another tact I think worth pursuing is asking companies that generate a great deal of the rubbish that I see sponsor chapters of Pristine Riders in other locations. Coors, Budweiser, Modelo, McDonald's, Coke, etc. The cost benefit is pretty remarkable. For the cost of a bike jersey in return, the world gets a very loose commitment to try and pick up one piece of trash for a lifetime. Already I can envision Pristine Rider chapters in Boulder with the Flatirons as their icon, Colorado Springs with the Gardens of the Gods, and Grand Junction with the Book Cliffs. God willing, in the years to come, the concept of Pristine Riders will go national and then international. We would like to see a reemergence of the program Lady Bird Johnson spearheaded years ago. Make America beautiful. Years ago, while bike riding in Austria, I was taken about how beautiful and trash-free their country was. It was inspiring. Women in the smaller villages were out at daybreak sweeping up in front of their domiciles. When I mentioned this to our youthful farrier, Gabriel, from Austria this summer, he said laconically, yes, in his country, if people see trash, they pick it up. An aspect of the program I can personally vouch for is the centering that ensues by the simple act of picking up one piece of trash. Paying homage to our existence and the magnificence of our surroundings serves as an antidote to my anxiety and worry. It is as if the earth is responding to my entreaty by providing a Zen awareness of being, a priceless gift. Or perhaps it's all in my mind, and that's okay too. Thank you for Pickens County for this recognition. It means a lot to me.
Thank you. Kent, I was going to recommend pristine walkers as well. Think of the market
There's
opportunity.
all kinds of potential there.
Well, and Ken, I'm going to speak for the board here and say if there's anything we can do to help you further this outside of Pickens County, let us know.
Thank you.
Okay. And another quick note, my daughter, who runs a preschool down in Glenwood along the Rio Grande Trail, takes her kids out over Earth Week and shows them the safe way to pick up trash along the walkway. And they did 4 bags this year, bigger than most of the preschoolers. And it saved RAFTA a lot of money, and it taught these kids how to respect Mother Nature and their environment. Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ken. And we will see that Eric receives his plaque and our thanks in honoring him. Okay, the next is back to Mr. Childs up in the warm weather of Alaska. He's going to be doing a presentation for Elliot Norquist. And Elliot, I do not believe is with us today, so we will make sure that Elliot gets his plaque. And so, Steve, do we have you back?
Yes, I'm here. I'm gonna leave my video off
Okay.
because you guys keep freezing on my screen, so I think the video connection is not so good here. And I remember skiing in races years ago against Elliot Norquist, and he always beat me by a long way. He's a top-notch Nordic skier. Whereas Elliot Norquist has been giving his blood, sweat, and tears to Nordic skiing at Spring Gulch above Carbondale since before its inception as a community-supported cross-country skiing venue in Pitkin County. He has been a key figure in the local Nordic community for almost 50 years. And whereas Elliot Norquist was a student, then a teacher at the Colorado Rocky Mountain School in Carbondale, where he coached the CRMS Nordic team for a time, and along with another CRMS alumni, David Powers, manually groomed what was to become the Spring Gulch Nordic system over a decade later. And whereas Spring Gulch was founded by yet another CRMS alumni, Chris Landry, in 1986, and Elliot, along with Landry and other Nordic enthusiasts, helped to forge a relationship with Bob Perry and the Cattlemen's Association to allow Nordic skiing on private land used by the cattlemen for livestock grazing in the summer, a relationship that remains strong to this day. And whereas Elliot Norquist has served on the Mount Sopris Nordic Council Board of Directors for nearly 20 years and has been the ski area's operations and trails manager for just as long, he does it for his pure love of the sport, not the notoriety it brings. It's not unusual to see Elliot walking the trails alone in the summer with a chainsaw to clear down trees and brush from the trails. And he's no stranger to a snow shovel and trek setter in the winter. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Elliot Norquist with the Pitkin County Cares Community Pride Award.
I just have to add something about Elliot here. He was at CRMS when 3 of my children were there, and he helped make my daughter's transition from being a wannabe athlete to an athlete. And she loves Elliot, and she loved her time on the Nordic team with Elliot, and he is very revered in Carbondale and at CRMS. So my thanks to Elliot as well.
Yeah, that's nice. So, and I'm going to ask staff for the recipients today who are not able to be here, if we can reach out to them, and if they would like to come in before the BOCC, one of our regular meetings at public comment, we would love to let them say a few words. So if we can reach out and let them know, that would be a great idea, I think, when they're ready, able, and willing, and if they have the time and would like to come before us, we would love to see them in person. So next on our list is Mr. John Armstrong. So I am so pleased, John, please come forward. Thank you. Hi, John. Nice to see you again so soon. I just saw John at the SAVEPA 50th anniversary. It was a great event, thank you. And this is great because John and I worked together gosh, 20-something years ago.
Yeah,
And
it's-
here
it's
you
been
are.
Years.
Back here in the boardroom.
Yeah, back with the family. This is
Yeah.
great. So
Yeah.
I'm honored.
So this is a proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners honoring John Armstrong. Whereas John Armstrong's, you're going to love this, love affair with the Roaring Fork and Crystal River valleys began nearly 50 years ago when he traveled here to attend Colorado Mountain College. And whereas in between traveling to Grateful Dead shows around the country, falling in love, raising a family, and holding down a day job, John Armstrong has spent countless days in the high country, summer and winter, from Aspen to Marble. It is from these high mountain perches over the decades that Armstrong developed a passion for managing and protecting open spaces and intertwining creeks and rivers. And whereas John Armstrong currently chairs the Crystal Valley Environmental Protection Association, or SVEPA, where he provides leadership on projects including the proposed Crystal Valley Bike and Pedestrian Trail, managing the Lead King Loop and the Wild and Scenic designation for the Crystal River. And whereas it was John Armstrong who, from his vantage point on top of Marble Peak, was among the first to notice and report the destruction of Ewell Creek by the nearby marble quarry. He is also leading his fellow watchdogs on the SVEPA board in their efforts to protect public access along the Crystal River Valley. And whereas an avid cross-country and backcountry skier, John Armstrong is also, an enthusiastic member of the Mount Sopris Nordic Council Board, where he coordinates the annual ski for SISU
Ski for Sisu.
fundraiser. And whereas John Armstrong's most recent endeavors in negotiating and facilitating the preservation and purchase of open space along the Crystal River in Marble, now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pickens County Commissioners and the people of Pickens County are honored to recognize John Armstrong's lifelong passion for giving back to and protecting his community with the Pickens County Cares Environment Award. Thank you.
Wow. That's impressive. I'm honored and so happy to be up here with you people. But I would like to recognize the people that have gone before me that have been such great role models. I think that's key in any community. And when I look around, I see so many of my close friends here, so I know I'm in good company. And I think you've chosen well. So a lot of our work couldn't be done without the support of the Pickens County Commissioners. And what a lot of people don't know or haven't read is the Environmental Bill of Rights that that Pickens County designed decades ago. That empowers and inspires us all the time. So these mountains have changed me. I think we can all attest to the same. And so giving back and protecting what we have, what we're so fortunate to have, is certainly not an option, it's an obligation, so thank you.
And I have to say that the Pickens County Ecological Bill of Rights was first begun with Dorothea Ferris, who's here, who was the one who nominated you for this award. And I never knew about the Grateful Dead.
Never too late.
Well, I mean, not with your association with them. So thank you, John. We appreciate your efforts. Thank you. Okay, and next, I'm up again with Mr. Yocums. Bill, would you please come forward? Sure. We're keeping track of the Crystal River Valley here today. Hi, Bill. Nice to see you. So this is a proclamation. Come on over here so we get you in camera so everybody can see how tall I am in comparison. Proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners honoring Bill Yocums. Whereas Bill Yocums has lived on Redstone Boulevard for 51 years and has actively participated in the protection of Redstone's history and its sensitive natural environment. And whereas, as a member of the Redstone Historic Preservation Committee, Bill Yocums has been dedicated to the research, protection, education, and preservation of the history of the area, including the mining era, the Osgood history, the Mid-Continent era, and tourist town impacts. He has also championed a miners' monument and plaque at Coal Creek, recognizing the 15 miners who perished in the Mid-Continent coal mine disaster of 1981. And whereas Coal Creek in the area of the now defunct coal mine flows more clearly in response to extensive research conducted by Bill and others who have seen to it that the waterways and roads are restored since the mine closed. And whereas Bill Yocum's worked with a group of dedicated Crystal River devotees to protect the wild and scenic qualities of the endangered Crystal River, where proposals for dams of the river at Placita and Redstone were withdrawn after several years of Bill's work and intervention. And whereas instead of a gas station and a fast food outlet, Redstone enjoys a park and public pavilion thanks to the work of Bill and the entire Redstone community's intervention and planning. And now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pickens County Commissioners and the people of Pickens County are honored to recognize Bill Yocum with the Pickens County Cares Environment Award. Thank you, sir.
And thank you. This is a great honor, and let me say that it's always been a pleasure to do what my main goal has been always, is to preserve the Crystal Valley as I first knew it in 1960, and as it was when I moved there in 1971. And the marvelous progressive features of the Pickens County government have, starting with 1041 regulations and historic preservation and open space and healthy rivers, all of these really progressive and very unusual measures have been such an aid in trying to keep the Crystal Valley and all of the Roaring Fork drainage as much as preserve those outstanding, remarkable values. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir. Congratulations. Okay, and again, I have to make note that these awards are one of the best things the Board of Commissioners, if not the best thing the Board of Commissioners gets to do in our daily, yearly work. So we appreciate everyone being here. So next, we have Nancy Limbach with Kelly. And I think Karen Roberts will be accepting this.
Hi, Karen. Nice to meet you. Thanks for being here, Anita. Okay. Whereas in 1984, Nancy Limbach founded the Western Colorado Wildlife Rehabilitation Center in Silt to realize her lifelong dream of rehabilitating injured and orphaned wildlife and releasing them back into the wild. In 1991, she renamed the nonprofit center the Pauline S. Schneegass Wildlife Foundation after her late grandmother, who was also passionate about wildlife. You can find Nancy there nearly 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. And whereas over the decades, Nancy Limbach has done everything from bottle feeding raccoons to rescuing a python from a 100-degree parking lot in Rifle. She has rehabilitated foxes, fawns, elk calves, kestrels, bears, mountain lions, and other critters. She has even taken care of a snapping turtle named Jaws. And whereas Nancy Limbach has met many naughty aspen and snowmass bears who have wandered downtown or broken into a home one too many times. When a bear is relocated or a cub is found orphaned, they are often taken to Nancy's facility to be cared for until they can be released to a high country den when they can survive on their own. Nancy is dedicated to giving these animals a second chance to thrive in their natural habitats. And whereas Nancy Limbach is a certified veterinarian technician and licensed wildlife rehabilitator, and also hosts educational programs at her center to enlighten children and the public about the proper treatment of wildlife. Whereas unlike some of us, Nancy Limbach says she has always known what she wanted to do with her life, and she's doing it. Thanks to Nancy, upwards of 10,000 critters of all shapes and sizes have been released back into the wild in our area. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Pickens County Commissioners and the people of Pickens County are honored to recognize Nancy Limbach with the Pickens County Cares Education and Environment Award. Thank you.
have something that Nancy wrote before she left. She is a 24/7 volunteer, but she and her husband had the opportunity to go to Alaska to go fishing.
Good for
So
her.
there we go.
I'll need a vacation.
That's right. This is such an honor. I wish I could be there to meet you and thank you all in person. This Wildlife Foundation has been a passion for almost 40 years, actually, since she was a child. I was the one taking care of the injured neighborhood wildlife, and I planned on doing this for my career. I knew from an early age that the path I would follow. At the time, I did not realize that it was to be a passion of life, not a profession. I'm a full-time volunteer and the executive director. This award cannot be about me alone. It is about all of the volunteers. I have had so many wonderful volunteers through the years, currently as well as a really strong board of directors that have made my passion a reality and have helped it to keep it alive, excuse me, and growing for all of these years. I also have been fortunate to have 3 absolutely great certified veterinarian technicians. We have one of them here in the audience. Her name is Erin Romero, who have filled out and been paid part-time staff in the last 15 years. They are my better counterparts and have long lists of chores in their daily job description. So a big thank you to all of the great staff, volunteers, and board members in helping us achieve and maintain the passion, and I accept this award for one and for all. Nancy. And thank you.
All right, now,
Patty, can I just add something?
Yeah.
I have a personal experiences with Nancy and Aaron here. It's so great to see Aaron. They also offer internships, and my daughter was able to do, I think, a 6th or 7th grade internship, and it completely changed her life. She is a dedicated wildlife caregiver at this point, and she's always talking about when can she get back down there, which is few and far between. But I recommend it to anybody who's looking for an internship. So thank you. And thank you for
it's a great
helping her.
opportunity. It's a great
Yeah.
organization. Thank you. Thank you for being here today. All right, next we have the Mob Squad coming up here. We have the Hunter Creek Trail Team. We have Howie Mallory, and we don't know if Howie is able to zoom in. He is in Europe, where we find him a lot these days, and the time frame, he's usually having dinner with a nice glass of good French wine, and we are drooling watching him. But so we don't know if Howie will be. We have Tim McFlynn, we have Graham Means.
Come on down.
We have George Newman. Come on up, gentlemen. And Dale Will is also part of this award, and Dale will not be attending today, but we know where to find Dale when we can.
Dale's out on
Gentlemen,
surveys
it's
and
nice
we're
to
on
see
site.
you. So kind of,
Yeah, come on in. Hey,
come on,
look at
George, don't be shy.
George is
Don't I get to do this? The proclamation?
How you doing? Give it back.
George, you can take it over if you want to.
I know. It's like, hey, he's in charge here. This is good. Wow, this is an
Oh,
honor.
How- and
Somebody take a
there's
picture of
Howie.
this crew. Is Howie coming in? All right.
Howie's there. Hi, Howie.
Okay. Whereas, leave it to a group of local, environmentally minded gentlemen whose accumulated residency in the valley amounts to over 200 years, to share a passion, and that was only through these 3, right? To share a passion for urgent local cause and to take immediate action. And whereas, in early 2021, George Newman, Dale Will, Graham Means, Howie Mallory, and Tim McFlynn created the Hunter Creek Historical Foundation to stabilize and preserve historic resources in the Hunter Creek Valley. And whereas, with the community's help and support, these gentlemen aim to preserve a showcase of the important early cultural history of the Hunter Creek Valley by stabilizing and preserving the original W.E. Koch homestead and the Adelaide Ranch dating back to 1893, located near the entrance to Hunter Creek Valley floor. And whereas, beginning in the 1890s, the homesteads furnished the first dairy farm, produce farms, sawmill, and source of reliable fresh water and hydropower to pioneering miners and their families in the nearby town site of Aspen. These structures are now at risk of complete deterioration without immediate attention. And whereas, these gentlemen have the combined experience, the local and statewide connections, the savvy and the grit to have created an ambitious timeline for the project that includes the emergency stabilization of the historic buildings, in the creation of a critical partnership with the Forest Service. And whereas within 1 year and during a global pandemic, they were able to oversee the completion of a conditions assessment resulting in a 48-page set of recommendations for preservation and structural stability projects to take place over the next 2 years. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize George Newman, Dale Will, Graham Means, Howie Mallory, and Tim McFlynn with the Pitkin County Cares One-Time Exceptional Event Award. Congratulations, gentlemen. Thank you. Tim has the mic. I'll just hand the mic this way. You can fight on who gets to talk first.
I've talked enough in this room.
They say it takes a village to do this kind of thing, and in this case, that's true. We've been working with the Forest Service for 1.5 years to plan all of this, and they've been great to work with, and we really appreciate that. Also, a Colorado nonprofit called HistoriCorps rebuilds old historic buildings all over the country, and with a group of volunteers from all over the country, they're up there right now in Hunter Creek stabilizing these buildings. Also, the Baird family, through the Trust for Public Lands, has been a huge financial supporter, and we really appreciate that. We've also have some very, very generous local donations. And then finally, Pitkin County and Pitkin County Open Space and Trails has been a big supporter, so we really appreciate that. Something about volunteerism, one of the great things is that there's not a lot of bookkeeping. You don't have to charge people for your time. You don't have to worry about overcharging people or anything, so that makes it really easy. But also in volunteering, you get to choose what you want to do. You get to choose something you're passionate about, and you get to choose something that really makes you feel good. So I just encourage everybody to step up and volunteer for something. You will really be rewarded with that. And our group has had a Zoom meeting every Monday morning for about 1.5 years, and we have bonded together. It's just been an amazing experience. So anyway, get out there and step up.
I just want to echo about volunteering by saying if we have 200 years of experience, we had 0 experience knowing how in the world a retired banker, a retired architect, a retired lawyer, and a retired county commissioner could possibly stabilize and preserve 140-year-old buildings with no foundations. We knew nothing. And I want to echo what Graham said about HistoriCorps. Their mission, they're a 501c3 too, is to restore important structures on public land, just on public land all over the country. And thank God they exist, because they're up there doing the work and we're down here honoring them. And I see all these faces in this room and on this day with the commissioners, all of whom volunteer all the time. And it's what allows us to live in paradise. And as the gentleman before said, heaven. So thank you.
Well said.
As Graham said, HistoriCorps and a group of volunteers are up at Hunter Creek right now this week. They'll be up there for the next 4 weeks. There's a different crew of volunteers that comes in every Sunday night and stays through Friday. And so while you're walking up Hunter Creek or biking, take a look at the work that they're doing. You'll see some of the old cabins that are no longer there. The barn that is sort of a skeleton. And our goal is to make sure that these buildings don't become skeletons as well. So take a walk up and see how it's progressing. And if you want more information about the organization and how you may be able to help, it is huntercreekhistoricalfoundation.org. And thank you all.
Thanks, George.
Thanks, George. Thanks, guys.
So Howie, would you like to say a few words, sir, from, I'm not quite sure where you are, maybe? You're on mute, Howie.
I'm in France right now. I'm doing research for 600, 800-year-old buildings that once we finish up our 3-year project, we'll all be able to come over here and apply the knowledge at Hunter Creek Historical.
And drink good French wine.
It's a wonderful honor. Thank you. We've got a lot of work to do, but what we've discovered over the last 18 months, as Graham pointed out, it's a huge amount of community energy to recognize and preserve our history here in the valley. And Hunter Creek has sort of been overlooked, and we're just delighted to be able to be sort of the point of the spear to get it all done. So please come up and see the work we're doing. It'll be very impressive and benefit generations, many generations after us. Thanks so much.
Great, thank you. Thanks, Graham. Enjoy your time. Greg.
I'm up again.
You are up again.
Fatima, come on up. This is really a pleasure for me. These are my children's classmates from Aspen High School, the first of 3 here today. Welcome. Nice to see you. Okay, whereas Fatima Flores is a rising senior at Aspen High School and is involved in a number of school as a member of the school and greater community, and whereas Fatima has experienced unintentional and intentional racism within the Aspen community, including at school, she felt she could no longer sit idly by. Whereas Fatima Flores created and conducted a survey of the students and staff at Aspen High School focusing on microaggression and racism, and shared her results in a presentation to the entire high school faculty. And whereas microaggression can come in the form of an insult, insensitive comment, or a slight that communicates derogatory or negative attitudes toward a stigmatized or culturally marginalized group or individual. Fatima's hope was that by sharing what she learned from the survey, teachers would be better prepared to handle these issues in the classroom. Whereas it was also important to Fatima to be able to provide resources for people, both within the schools and the community at large, to better educate themselves in how to handle situations involving racism. Now therefore be it proclaimed, Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Fatima Flores and the Pitkin County Cares Rising Star Award. Thank you.
Yeah, I was born and raised in Aspen, and although there are obviously so many amazing things about this town, as a minority, I have faced a huge amount of discrimination, whether it be in school or in town. But I do want to provide a safe place for the minorities at our school, and I will be starting a Latina girl group in the middle school, as I had when I was growing up, and it was a great support system. And I also, just a thanks to my sisters as well, who are all Aspen High School graduates, who have been such a great support system for me and have given me great advice on how to be a voice for a group of people that have been marginalized and ignored for so many years. So I will try to continue my work as best as I can and to support the minorities in this town.
Thank you. Wow.
Okay, Kelly has Ocean Jones. Hi. Thanks for being here with us today.
Thank you for having me.
I am thrilled to give this award. Whereas Ocean Jones is a rising senior at Aspen High School who is intensely passionate about mental health, women's rights, and reproductive health. And whereas Ocean Jones is relatively new to the Aspen community, only moving to Aspen as a sophomore in high school, where she quickly made her mark. And whereas the co-editor of the Skier Scribbler, the Aspen High School newspaper, Ocean Jones, has used her platform to educate and advocate for many divisive but important issues. And whereas Ocean Jones has published several articles about sexual and reproductive health after encountering fellow students who have been victims of sexual assault, who have overused Plan B, and who have very little knowledge of sexual health. Through her articles in the student newspaper, she has shined a light on the Aspen School District's abstinence-based sex education program. And whereas last fall, Ocean Jones rallied the community in the name of women's rights by organizing a local and peaceful protest in the downtown core, and whereas Ocean Jones is also a member of Roots, a group of high school students that wants to help create positive change in the mental health of their community by becoming trained counselors and working with their peers. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Ocean Jones with the Pitkin County Cares Rising Star Award. I'm so thrilled you're doing this work. I find it incredibly important. I am inspired that you're the next generation on these very crucial issues. I wish my generation working on all these issues have left you in a better state. Yet I'm so proud and I look forward to allying with you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you so much for the nomination and for everything. I'm so grateful to be receiving this award. Reproductive health and mental health are really passionate issues for me, and I'm really happy to be able to have such support from the community here in Aspen, to be able to work on those as a young person and to have such support from people like you that can help foster those issues and yeah, strengthen the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. So we have Mr. Childs back up. Steve, are you back with us? Still with us?
Yes, I'm here.
So, what's that? Yeah, Sophie? Sophie Junke?
Hi, Sophie. Wow, this is fun.
So I want to double check. Does Sophie, do you pronounce your last name Genschaft or Genschaft?
Genschaft.
Genschaft.
Genschaft? Yeah, okay. That's what I thought, the German, like a German pronunciation. Okay, welcome. Whereas Sophie Genschaft takes immense pride in both her school and local community, constantly seeking ways to become involved and encouraging others to do the same. And whereas now a senior at Aspen High School, Sophie Genschaft has spent her school years working with youth in our valley as both a Hebrew school teacher for elementary children and a tutor for students preparing for their bar bat mitzvahs. She has planned and implemented fun events for local Jewish children to get to know one another and promote community relationships. And whereas Sophie Genschaft leads the Student Integrity Team, a group which promotes personal and academic integrity, and she works with Aspen High School faculty and students to implement integrity-based lessons and activities throughout the school year. And whereas Sophie Genschaft is a member of the Aspen High School Pathfinders Club, providing meals for those struggling with illness and loss, and she has taken on leadership roles in the Student Senate, dance team, and National Honor Society. Sophie also enjoys being a student ambassador, where she is able to offer support and encouragement to incoming students. Now therefore be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Sophie Genschaft with the Pitkin County Cares Rising Star Award.
Winning this award is truly such an honor. Since I entered high school, I had a very big goal of finding ways to get involved, not just with my school community, but with the outside community.
Ever since I was little, I grew up going to Hebrew school and being very involved in the Jewish community, and it's been such an amazing blessing getting to teach kids both in 3rd and 4th grade and last year kindergarten about the Jewish religion and give them back what my teachers gave me growing up. And it's also a huge honor to be able to be the president of the integrity committee at my school. I joined my sophomore year. It was all teachers. I was the only student. And now it's a student-run club, and there's a teacher that helps facilitates it. And it's such a huge honor getting to help implement integrity and show the importance of what it means to be a good person, what it means to do the right thing. And I obviously would not be able to take all this initiative without my mom, who is such an amazing example to me. She does so much work within the school system and the outside community, and she's such an amazing role model and shows me what it means to be a good person and volunteer and what it means to take initiative, and I'm so grateful for that. And thank you so much for this award.
Okay, that one broke me up again. So before we move on to our final award, which is a very special award, it is the Stuart Mays Award. Many years ago, my brother-in-law, Willard Clapper, received this award. So it's very sensitive to the Clapper family. So I would like to invite Linda McCarthy to come up. And I believe we have Laura Mace in the room with us. And if anyone else would like to come up here and stand with Linda, if maybe the board would like to stand with her, Steve is going to present this award from Alaska. So I think we should all stand up here. And so we have a mic. Steve, you can go ahead and start this award. We're going to stand up here and give Linda some support. Come on over. Thank you for being here.
And I hope that Lynn Mace is able to be zooming in and watching this from Virginia.
All right, Steve, go ahead.
Okay. Whereas public recognition and gratitude for Linda McCarthy is long overdue, and whereas since her arrival in Aspen over 50 years ago, she has gifted the community with her energy, her wisdom, creativity, and kindness. And whereas Linda McCarthy began her career as a teacher and used her talents to create summer camps and programs for local children, generations of kids and families fondly remember the Kids Live productions she directed and produced. And whereas Linda McCarthy continues to be a force for the Aspen Thrift Shop, during her 40 years volunteering at the thrift shop, she has been treasurer, board member, recruiter, shop volunteer, and creator of the highly coveted Thrift Shop Scholarship Program. And whereas Linda McCarthy served for years on the board of the Red Brick Center for the Arts and is currently a dedicated volunteer for the Forest Conservancy, and whereas Linda McCarthy's contributions are far too many to fully list, her superpower is an extraordinary ability to help others find their strengths, and Aspen is a better place for her tireless leadership and commitment. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed, the Pitkin County Commissioners and the people of Pitkin County are honored to recognize Linda McCarthy, who, like the late Greg Mace, has selflessly contributed to the community throughout her life, and hereby presents her with the Pitkin County Cares Greg Mace Award. Congratulations, Linda. I wish I could be there to celebrate with you.
I do have to correct myself. You know, I took care of Stuart Mace, so that name is always in my brain. I took care of him at Aspen Valley Hospital for many years, many times. So it's the Greg Mace Award.
I'm overwhelmed. I'm so honored, and I've received much more than I've given. The thrift shop and all these other organizations have become my heart, and so is Aspen. Thank you so much for this.
So in closing our presentation of our Pickens County Cares Awards, I want to invite everyone. We have a little bit of time. We are setting up for a luncheon and a little meet and greet in the foyer here of the Pickens County Administration Building. So please stay and join us all. And if anybody who's watching this wishes to come down and speak with our amazing award winners, we would appreciate that. What's that? And we're going to do a photo of all the people who are here today, who are still here with us. We would like to do a group photo of all those who received awards today. Yeah, and we'll probably be doing that outside in Veterans Park area or along the walkway. So please stay and join us. And we will be taking a break from our meeting here today. The Board of Commissioners will reconvene at 1 o'clock for our regular meeting. So thank you all.
Thank you so much, Lisa. Okay, bye-bye.
thick hair like, Scott, wow. Welcome back. Today is Tuesday, September the 13th, 2022. This is a Board of County Commissioners work session agenda. We had the honor and the privilege to present our Pickens County Cares Award earlier today. It was amazing. We have amazing members of our community who volunteered their time, their passion, their commitment to this community, and this community would not be quite the community it is without members such as the ones we honored today. It's one of the good things the Board of Commissioners does every year, and again, we are thankful to the people of Pickens County. So today we are starting out our regular work session, not our regular meeting, but this is a work session meeting with the third quarter budget supplemental request, and we have Connie Baker here with us.
Yes, hi everyone, good afternoon. We have a number of requests to present to you today, and we will jump right in. And just a moment, I'll share my screen.
And real quick too, I will add that, oh, there's Steve. Steve is in Alaska visiting his first grandchild, his granddaughter Ramona. And so he is zooming in, and Francie is in transit. She will hopefully be joining us later, zooming in from Down Valley. She has another meeting that she needs to be at later this afternoon, I should say, early evening. She wanted to make sure she could get down there. So thank you, Steve, for being here. It's nice to see you. Okay, Connie, sorry.
Okay, we're ready to go. I saw Dan just walked in. Dan, if you don't mind, or is Andrew going to present the first one?
Oh, I can.
We'll go ahead and start out with the airport.
Oh, he is on? Yeah, he's on. Yeah. Okay.
So this is the fire department breathing apparatus request for funding. And if anything, we want to make sure that our first responders for fire at the airport are breathing. I think that's a good idea, don't you, Dan?
I'm not so sure.
Hi, Andrew.
How are we doing?
We're doing well, thanks. Nice to see you.
It's good seeing you as well. Are there any questions that I can answer about this, or should I explain kind of what this is about, or?
If you want to just give us a brief explanation, and it's pretty clear in the request. And the only thing that I didn't see in there is how many apparatuses or apparati will this be covering?
Sure. So basically, this piece of equipment allows us to breathe when we enter hazardous environments or fires or any kind of environment with heavy smoke. It's a pretty essential part of our personal protective equipment. The apparatus that we currently have right now they're getting to be pretty outdated. As I said in the proposal. This is the last year that parts are going to be manufactured for this particular model. They haven't been manufactured since 2015. So every, about 10, 15 years, we look to update our SCBA apparatus. So we are asking for 8 SCBA packs. That'll basically fill up every riding position in both of our apparatus, our 2 crash trucks that we have here at the airport, plus a couple extra in case we need to put them on other vehicles. As I said in the proposal, we're being hit with supply chain issues and inflation issues. So this was originally going to be a 2023 capital item request, but with the manufacturer coming back to me and saying, hey, look, October 1st, we're going to hit you with a 14% price increase. But if you order before October 1st, then we're going to give you basically a $10,000 discount. So it was about a $20,000 difference between waiting for next year and asking for a supplemental for this year. So I wanted to do the fiscally responsible thing, and let's save the county some money. We've partnered with Aspen Fire Department to do a group purchase to get even better pricing on this equipment. So really hoping to get the most out of this equipment for the county and to basically help protect the county, the community, and the county's assets.
Great, thank you very much. Does the board have questions? I think this sounds like a wise move. So thank you, Andrew, for bringing it to us in a timely manner. And so we should be able to move this forward in time to hopefully order these upon final approval from the BOCC. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Be safe out there.
You as well, thank you.
Okay. So next, we have something we haven't heard about in a while, the airport layout plan.
We're getting there. You'll regret saying that eventually, I'm sure. So really, this item is the airport layout plan. In the original budget, we put in a placeholder of $750,000 for this project. As we moved forward with scoping and an independent fee estimate, which is required. So an independent consultant takes the scope without the fee and estimates what it would cost a similar consultant to do this. It's an FAA requirement. And then we went through scoping, and it came back significantly more expensive than we were anticipating. Just with consultants being busy right now, some of the other things we're asking for with this to get a very good product. And then you add in the Aspen factor of costs and travel and some other things. So this supplemental is gapping the original request to what the final cost of this, estimated cost of this project is. We're anticipating the whole project's going to be about $1.6 million roughly at the end of the project. Most of that's paid for by airport improvement grant from the FAA, some of it from the Colorado Department of Transportation grant, and the remaining local share is from the airport fund.
Okay. Questions for Dan? I think this is another one of those. We will be happy to move forward and happy to get done.
Very much so.
Okay.
Do you know how much it cost in, what was the year, 20?
The last time we did it?
Yeah.
Less than this.
I'm actually not sure that's true, to be honest with you, because we had a really robust public process as part of that airport layout plan, and so we need to go back and look. I actually had a number higher than this in my mind, but we better double check that.
Yeah, it'd be
'cause it's been a
interesting to
while.
see how much of that was for public involvement out of that.
Right. But this is this does go through an independent fee verification process that's prescribed by the FAA just to assure that it's in line with work that's being done elsewhere.
Good. Thanks. Thank you, Dan.
Thank you, Dan.
Thank you.
And nice to see you. Hopefully you didn't have trouble getting into town.
No, not bad.
Okay, great. Thanks. Hopefully you won't have trouble getting back out of town.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, Connie.
Okay, our next request is from Open Space and Trails. Andrew, do we have Gary on? I'm not sure. Oh, you're here. Great, thank you.
Gary's out of service, unless he popped back into things. But I think we presented at your last meeting, so nothing has really changed other than we did go back and work with the SGM engineering to make the changes that you guys decided on for North Star, taking out the valley pan, but proceeding with repaving it and removing the trees to kind of add the additional spaces, but keeping the same kind of character that's there now, per the direction we received at your last meeting. And so that's really it. That it wasn't substantial monetary changes by making those changes, but I think it represented kind of the direction that we got from you guys. And
Keeps more of a rural flavor than
Yeah.
So I want you to know that I drove up there in and out of all those parking and actually took Tommy out at the viewing station, and he's disabled. And it will be nice. It was a little sketchy getting him down to the trail and over, but so that will be nice improvement there.
Yeah.
And looking at the trees that are going to be removed, and some of them are pretty scraggly, the line of sight will be greatly improved. So I really appreciate the effort. And again, trying to keep it not quite so fancy-dancy like we're someplace other than North Star. So, board have questions or comments?
Thank you.
It was a quite shady spot there to leave my dog in the car.
Yeah.
Kelly, Mike. While I walked to the beach.
Yeah, it's nice over there. I mean, it was beautiful the day I was up there, and there were lots of people walking up and down the trail who were very complimentary over what a great space it was. And I did see some people who were actually picking up trash and throwing them in the trash receptacles that were there, that said, people that stopped and saw things, and I really appreciated their efforts.
yeah, that's always appreciated.
Yeah, it's always nice, kind of like the pristine cyclists guys doing that.
Cool.
Okay, I think we're good.
All right. Okay.
Thank you. Thanks for
Thank
stepping in.
you.
By the
Thank
time
you.
Gary gets here, we'll let him know that you're already done. Thank you.
Okay, next we have a request from the Sheriff's Office for a grant match with Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
Hi.
Hi.
Nice to
Burchetta.
see you.
Nice to see you as well. So the Parks and Wildlife received $225,000 from the Parks and Wildlife for a grant to mitigate human-bear conflict. And we're lucky to partner with them. And the request today would be $20,000 to support their grant for initiatives, both outreach, but also some infrastructure initiatives, possibly like supporting some of our neighborhoods with bear-proof canisters, et cetera. So that's what the request is, just from additional funds to support their grant.
And I have a question.
Sure.
When we first established our trash ordinance, we were very careful with defining so that the third strike, people would actually be paying the fee that it would cost them to buy a bear-proof trash can. And we were then going to use that money for people who couldn't afford. We've never really raised any money in that, or how's that?
I don't know. Connie, go for it.
We have a little bit of funding in the Solid Waste Center. It's a very small amount that's been carried over for I don't know how many years.
Yeah.
But I don't know that any new fines have been assessed and put into that fund in quite a while.
But that's nice to know. So if somebody was to come to us and say, I'd like to, but I don't have the financial resources to buy myself a bear-proof
Canister, correct.
Yeah.
We do have the mechanism to support
Yeah, so we do have some funds that may be able to help them with that.
Sure, definitely.
Either that or we just gotta start finding people, which, may be something we need to kick in again.
For
But
sure.
we need to get the city on board with that too, I think.
Definitely.
Any questions?
Just questions regarding our regional CPW office. How large is the region that we're talking?
Actually, I have Emily Casebeer, who's our our community response officer here. Do you want to come up? Do you know how large
Come on
the
up.
regional CPW office is? I don't. I know it's.
Just how large, where it is on the map.
I can find out and provide
I'm
it to the board
assuming
if you'd
other
like, just so you know the
communities are
scope.
contributing as well toward this, right? There are other matches from other.
There are. So Matt Yamashita, who I think you all know with CPW, has reached out to other municipalities and counties in their region to make the same requests. So we're all collectively supporting these efforts.
Great.
And we have met regionally already. We've had at least one meeting to discuss this, I thought.
There was a letter that we asked the board to write in support of this grant a few months ago. I forget exactly when that was, but it was a few months ago. And and each municipality in the region also provided a letter of support, and that really helped our local office receive the grant money from the state.
Thank you.
Okay.
Of course.
Where are we experiencing most of our worst run-ins these days?
Well, I've been in the job just shy of 2 months, so I can tell you from 2 months of experience, thus far, I've noticed Aspen Village. I think because of the density and proximity to the dump would be my guess or my hunch. And then other high-density housing areas such as Lazy Glen as well. Those areas have a lot of curbside pickup. So I think that could be a factor potentially. And like, I just drove through Lazy Glen this morning. There's 100 units there, and if everyone has curbside pickup, so that's 100 trash cans.
Right.
So
It's like a giant buffet.
yeah.
There's literally a trash truck episode about this that my children love to watch.
That's a TV show, I assume.
It is,
Okay.
yeah, it's a cartoon.
Missed that.
Okay, gosh, that seems ripe for some collaboration there.
And that's
about
really what we're hoping to
some
do is,
enclosed
for sure.
type of.
We're hoping to do some outreach with CPW, but also focus on some of the infrastructure projects, like providing maybe some opportunities to provide some bear-proof canisters, some of these higher density neighborhoods, to really make an impact on some of the opportunities for the bears to get into the trash.
Yeah. Okay.
And make it easier for the residents in the long run too. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, have to come out in the morning and clean up the trash that came out of your trash can or your neighbor's is never any fun.
Or drug through the whole neighborhood like it was
Right,
this
yeah,
morning.
of course, they
Yeah.
spread it out, yeah.
Well, and thinking about Lazy Glen, they either have to cross the highway, they have to go through the river, or maybe they can use our new open space bridge across from, which is an amazing bridge, by the way. I just stopped there the other day and did see evidence of bears actually there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so there must
They're
be
there.
using the
There was
bridge.
evidence this morning is their trash pickup morning, and there was ample evidence of bears this morning
Yeah.
in Lazy
They
Glen.
know what day.
They do, I'm sure. I'm sure
It's
they do
amazing.
a circuit.
Yeah, it's posted on their website.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we're good, and whatever
Good
we
to
can do
know.
to help, if we have an opportunity to do more public service announcements, or, because it's gonna just be getting worse until those bears go to sleep.
Definitely.
I mean, really go to bed in their dens,
For sure.
so,
Thanks for the support.
Or
thank you guys,
Appreciate
we
it.
appreciate it.
Thank
Or
you.
worse.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
get put to sleep, yeah. Okay, so next, we are moving through these, Connie, we're getting good at this.
Yes. Next, we have a request from the assessor's office for an FTE increase for a 1-year time period. And we've got Deb and Larry here to present the request.
Thank you.
Good
Hi,
afternoon,
nice to
everybody.
see you.
We are here today to ask for an increase in our budget to hire a term-limited 1-year appraiser while Larry is transitioning out. He will retire on August 5th, 2023. He's given up the majority of all of his supervisory duties, his appraisal areas. He'll lend a hand when needed, but he's going to be cutting back his hours as he will be home caring for a family member also. We have appointed Wendy Schultz as the interim chief appraiser, and we actually have split his job in half, so we're creating deputy chief appraiser also. I know you guys are going to have questions on why we need an appraiser right now, so I brought Larry to answer those questions.
Well, I think we know what's coming up.
Well, and so this is a reappraisal year, and as you've probably noticed with the market, the values have done just extraordinary things, and so this has the potential of being a lot like 2009, 2010, and if you remember, because of the timing of our valuation dates, our valuation date back then was June 30th of 2008, but before we mailed out the new values, the market went over the edge, in 2009, and we ended up, instead of having, 1,400, 1,500 appeals, we had like 4,500 appeals. And with the size and the scope of the increase in values for this go around, my guess is that it's going to be a fairly active year. Regardless of how much evidence there is of the values and the sales that are driving the value. That's we're looking at some pretty extraordinary, increases in value. That together with the fact that not only am I essentially backing out, I'm still going to be working, but I'm not going to be the guy. And then we've got another appraiser who's getting ready to retire around the end of the year. So we're going to be down 2 basically. And then come August next year, once I, formally leave, then it will be back to essentially the same number of appraisers, that we have now. So it'll just be basically getting us through the reappraisal cycle, with an extra pair of hands. And it remains to be seen, what like we have hiring somebody. I think hiring is tough all over. And so that being the case, if we're having a hard time, replacing the appraiser position, my guess is, my part-time will be, go back to more full-time just out of necessity. So that's kind of where we're at. So we're just trying to get through, this year, till next August. August 5th, as it turns out, is the end of the second level of protest and my birthday.
All right. Happy
And
birthday.
so that's seems to be a reasonable time to to hang it up. So if we can make it through August 5th, then theoretically we should be back on a level playing field with the same level of crew.
We can have a party for 2 reasons.
There you go. Yeah.
Kelly.
And it does take quite a bit of time to get somebody up to speed to really, they won't actually be appraising yet, but they will be able to answer questions.
And the other thing that I think me hanging around for another year will be, as opposed to just walking out the door, now, is the guys who are coming behind me, Dan and Wendy, will have me as a reference. Just not that I'm the sharpest knife in the drawer, but there's just a lot of stuff rolling around in there from 30 years. We'll give it, another, 6-9 months to, share as much of that as I can.
You date back to Warren and Dorothy.
Just after.
Just after.
Yeah,
okay.
so I started with Tom Isaac the year
you did,
Warren and
okay.
Dorothy quit. So
Right about then. Wow.
so yeah.
I just note for the board, this is consistent with other transitions in these highly complex positions that we've done in other departments.
Okay, Kelly, I think you had your hand.
I did, yeah. 2 questions, I guess. So what is happening to the commercial appraiser duties?
So Dan and Wendy are both pursuing a certified general appraisal license, and my guess is that they'll probably share it to a degree, but my guess is also that it will probably fall more on one, and Wendy will do. So when we talk about taking my job and splitting, I think Wendy will do more of the administrative, managerial side of things. And Dan will probably do more of the commercial appraisal, side of things and be our appeal guy. Whereas, Wendy will probably still do some commercial, but not to the extent that Dan probably does.
And then what are the minimum qualifications to hire this FTE that you're requesting?
I think for this position, we can hire somebody technically as an appraiser 1, which is, could be, an entry level, starting from, with no experience. And of course, their experience will be trial by fire, but.
But we can take someone off the street and turn them into a great appraiser.
But in order to progress through the levels of appraisers, they have to have a college degree, and they also have to, what was the other thing?
They've got to ultimately obtain an appraisal license,
Yes.
within, I think they give you like 2 years to acquire the experience in the education hours, but ultimately they've got to acquire an appraisal license.
And is that something that we also fund through this position? Okay, that's helpful, thank you.
So my question would be, hiring somebody, especially when you're saying it's just a term limited. If it looks to the point where you'd be more successful in hiring somebody if it wasn't just term limited, I have a feeling we're gonna need this person for longer than a year.
No, I think the person that is being hired is going to be full-time forever.
This-
I'm the one that's being.
It's called term limited because
because of me.
because of Larry.
But it says increase of 1 FTE for a period of 1 year.
Yeah, so in
So
other
let's
words.
clarify that.
So at the end of 1 year, we're gonna lose one full-time employee, which is me. And so.
So this is technically not a term limited, it's a replacement limited, or
Right,
something.
right.
It makes it, it led me to believe we were hiring somebody for a year.
Yeah, and technically, I think that's what we need to do. That it does need to be someone that would have a 1-year contract. However, with good possibilities of extending and becoming regular ongoing after that. I don't think that from an HR perspective, we are able to guarantee beyond that unless we were to really not add a term limited, add an ongoing position, know that we will have 1 extra until Larry's retirement.
Well, I think however we need to craft the title of this in order to get somebody who is comfortable applying. And, you know, because it might be hard enough to get an applicant, let alone somebody, oh, your job's only for a year, maybe longer, but we don't. So if we need to tweak that, we need to, you just please
Just
come
from
back
a
and let us
marketing
know.
standpoint, if nothing
I
else.
think that might be a good idea.
I want to enhance your ability to find
Right.
somebody.
Yeah, if the board is comfortable with hiring a new position and not having it term limited, just knowing that there will be the attrition the following year, we can proceed that way.
And I think of it, I guess, as like a pending departmental restructure, right? So we'd be adding a position this year and in a restructure, Larry's position goes away.
Yeah, so how do we want?
That's what that sounds like
So
to me.
I, believe it or not, I would be more comfortable just adding it as an FTE, knowing we're gonna be doubled up for this next year, and that person, I think that's our best way to get an applicant who is gonna be committed to pursuing their licensing, et cetera.
I just wanted to add that assuming HR is working on this with you, and they may have, you know, a protocol for a probationary period, it could be the year, you know, so it's not like we're going to have to keep somebody if it doesn't work.
Exactly.
I want to make sure that we're doing it the way they do it. So that's the only thing I wanted to
Yeah,
add here.
so
is
let's
that
just clarify that when
How
it
we
comes back
frame
to
it's
us.
important, but also I don't want to make an exception that HR has to work around.
No, they would be hired just like a normal employee
Got it,
with
right,
the same
okay.
conditions.
Yeah.
So it's transitional period or probationary
It
period,
would be
whatever
the
we
same as
call it.
any employee. We
Yeah.
could keep them for a year, let them go, and
Yeah,
6 months if they
adding
need.
on the
If it
term
didn't work.
limited was for the board's comfort in knowing what was happening with the department. But if the board's comfortable without that condition on the position, then it certainly would be easier to hire.
That's why it's ironic that I'm the one bringing it up with my position on
Yeah, really,
FTEs.
Patty, jeez.
But I'm thinking the way it is to try and hire people these days, we need to do whatever we can to make this a position where somebody's gonna be attracted to it.
That's a good idea.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My second question, Larry, so when you leave our employment after 100 years of being employed here,
31 years, is it?
how long will it take to get you back as a hearing officer?
A long time.
I just want to plant that seed in
Yeah.
everyone at this table's brain, so when we're looking for hearing officers in the future, we know where to find them.
Yeah,
You're
I
not
don't
gonna
know.
be
I
able to
don't know
leave.
that I would be perceived as impartial and unbiased. Yeah.
Well, I don't see you like going off into the world of total retirement with all your expertise and your passion for this.
You know,
Commitment.
it's one of those things. Just don't know. Just
The beach is calling your name on some island somewhere.
Yeah, and you know, we got you know, stuff going on the home front, and so
Yeah.
it's just at this point we're just
Just want you to know that
playing it
we're
out. Yeah, well, I appreciate that.
planning ahead to not let you miss us too much.
We
Okay.
won't let them miss us.
Yeah. All right, is the
Great.
board good?
Thank you, yeah, I'm good.
Okay, thank
Okay,
you.
great, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you,
Okay,
guys.
thank you.
All right. Moving us along.
Okay, next we have Lindsay Maish, who should be joining us online.
Hi, Lindsay.
And a request to increase an FTE from 80% to 100%.
Yeah.
Okay,
everybody.
Lindsay.
Hi, Lindsay.
Lindsay Maish, Picking County Human Services Director. Thanks for having me today. So right now, what we currently have is a 0.8 grant specialist who really oversees the implementation and administration of the Healthy Community Fund. Through our reorganization recommendations, what came out was that some of the gaps that exist for us is really around this kind of ability to see everything that's happening in the division as a whole instead of in the kind of siloed departments that exist. And one area of vulnerability is that we write a lot of grants and we try to pull down funding to be able to support either the staffing within our own departments or to help facilitate more services or better services in the community. So what we're hoping for this position to be able to do is to really move into a grant analyst position from a 0.8 to a full-time benefited position. It's already benefited at 32 hours a week. And the ways that this is going to change is that a lot of those administrative functions that currently are happening in the Healthy Community Fund right now, we're going to be splitting between the organization with our administrative specialist and bringing more of the high-level analysis and grant writing and oversight into this position. We know that like right now we're applying for 4 or 5 different grants, some for staffing costs, some for other things, for other just programs for us to best reach the community. And we don't have the capacity right now. We would almost need to either hire a grant writer or have somebody. A grant writer would only do one thing though, where we really need somebody to be overseeing all the grants that are coming in, managing to those, and then helping us to write those grants moving forward. So this person would be helping with the leadership and oversight of the Healthy Community Fund while also taking on some grant writing and oversight of all the grants that are coming in through our organization.
Okay. Board have questions? That person's getting 8 more hours to do all of that. I appreciate this position a lot.
Some's gonna move, some will move also onto our administrative team as well, but some of those kind of like scheduling and managing the CGRC and like some of that stuff. But so we're hoping that it frees up more time for that. It's really kind of a test to see what happens, and it may, we may find that this meets the needs just the way we need it, and we may find in a year or 2 that we might be coming back to you, but hopefully that's not the case.
Great. The board have any questions?
Just about the nature of the grants that they're writing and what are the sources of the grants?
Yeah, so I can just list off a few of the ones right now that we're currently writing. We're writing grants for the Caring for Communities, which is an Aspen Ski Co. grant program. We're doing the Rocky Mountain Health Foundation, which is another one to help with some food security things to just expand and make those things more robust. We're applying to the Aspen Thrift Shop for more equitable and accessible services in the community, translation, getting all of our stuff turned so that we have more of our forms and things in Spanish. And then there's 1 or 2 other grants that I'm drawing a blank on right now, but those are the types of grants that we write. We also have incentive grants that we can write through the state with HICPUF and different things that typically we've all done, the managers and the leadership in the organization. So now it will really be to support somebody to hold all of that information and all of the data that's needed to be able to provide good grants.
Right. And my other question was just how is the benefits package affected, if at all, going from 80% to 100%?
I don't believe at all, but I think that might be an HR question. They're already a fully benefited employee.
So that's the nature of the small. It's really a small increase then.
Wouldn't there just be anything that's based on a percentage is what would go up?
That might be it.
Yes,
Yeah.
Medicare, unemployment, payroll taxes, retirement are based on the salary, but it really is a fairly small increase for 3 remaining months of the year and 8 additional hours.
The majority of the benefits costs come in the health insurance, that sort of thing, which aren't affected by this.
Okay.
Great, thanks. I'm okay with
Any
it.
other questions? I think we're good. Lindsay, thank you. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
Lindsay.
Thank you all. It's good to see you. Thank you so much.
Thanks. Now, the most fun one. Restructuring, can you explain to us what that means, John?
Rich is gonna do that.
Rich, this is a term we haven't seen. Yeah, it's a good punt.
That was a nice punt.
Yeah.
That was a pretty quick one.
Say it
wasn't
10 times, infrastructure, restructure 10 times fast.
Either that or we're gonna call it a ball.
No kidding. Yeah, it brings back memories of last night with the Broncos. So.
Oh my God.
But
Talk
that's
about
another
kicking
story.
or not
Yeah.
kicking.
Thank you, Board. Rich Engelhardt, Deputy County Manager. This actually came to you in a work session back on the 23rd. And this is whenever we had informed you about the pending retirement with Cindy and also Phyllis at the time. So there was a bigger picture that we were talking about. What this really focuses on is just on the two positions that are affected this year by the change. And so Connie had put together the financial impacts according to those, but there has been no changes to the discussions that we had, but other than the fact that we have moved forward based on your recommendation. So we have begun to fill some of those positions, but now we are in a spot where we just wanted to bring the financials to you as per your direction. And so I'm just going to leave it up for questions, since I think we did a pretty good job, and under John's leadership, of really kind of explaining the overall chessboard, quite honestly, of what this looked like.
I have a question. So it's my understanding the cost for the full year is about $245,000. So that will come back to us in next year's budget to see how we're gonna fund that.
Yeah, we'd be anticipating that. Now, we already have been doing revenue projections and such, and so we're comfortable that is going to fit easily into the picture, yeah.
I just wanna make sure we're not paying for Phyllis to retire in Hawaii like she's gonna be doing on Thursday. And she's going to Hawaii on vacation, much deserved. And I think we all wanna join her over there, which she's not telling me where she's going. So, okay, any other questions from the board?
Felt like it was well explained before. Thank you.
Yeah. And John, you've promised me we're not gonna see restructuring again for the next 4 years?
No, you told me I was
Oh.
going to promise you, but I haven't done that.
Okay, so I think we're good. That's
Okay.
it, isn't it?
Yes, so those are all of the supplemental requests.
Well, but Connie, you have an hour.
We went through that pretty fast today. I
fast.
wasn't sure with the positions, just how long it would take, but you have extra time now.
Yeah, I think we can probably, hi, Steve. I think we can go on to other items on our agenda that we can attend to, such as future agendas. Yeah, John?
Yeah, and that's going to be a potentially short one also. I do not have any future agenda items for the board right now. I will say that we are getting some feedback around trying to get word out in Redstone a little bit better around your meeting coming up, and so we're trying to figure out appropriate. I'm not sure we want to set a precedence of directly mailing everyone. I know that was one recommendation, but we're going to talk about how we get word out a little bit better there.
Because apparently there's some people that have heard and a lot of people that we're hearing haven't heard.
Yeah.
But somehow they've heard that they haven't heard.
That's kind of, it's a small town. It's like, you think rumor would spread across town in 5 minutes.
Well, I had written an update on Wild and Scenic for the caucus meeting last week and included a little like, hey, by the way, we're coming. I don't know how that was presented because I didn't attend the caucus meeting, but otherwise folks had not been apprised.
So we're
Yeah,
gonna
we've
work on
done
that?
some, newspaper and advertising and such up there, but I don't know that reaches. So Marcy and I are going to visit and see if there's some other
Okay, perfect.
strategies
Because,
there.
we've had some concerns.
Yeah.
Do you know I can put you in touch with the reporter for the Echo, Gentry Houghton there?
I think that's where we did the advertising too, but we could, that would be great if you've got contact information. Yeah.
Yeah, we want to make sure that people, because we promised them we'd do this during our short-term rental, and we are fulfilling that promise. So we want to make sure they know that.
Do we know
Steve?
what the agenda is? Are we asking them for agenda items?
We are only doing short-term rentals that day.
That was my understanding, was it'd be short-term rentals.
This
and
is
hearing
focused
about
on that, because I think the 2 hours we have there will be spent on short-term. And if not, if we get done early, we can find ice cream, right?
I'm gonna have dinner at the inn.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, that might be a good idea. Okay, Steve, please.
So I had asked one of the Redstone residents about what was the best way to reach them, and I asked them about bulletin boards, and they said basically nobody reads the bulletin boards, and that's not a good way to reach people there. And they suggested the Crystal Valley Echo as would be a good thing. But this is so important. Whatever we need to do to get the word out to them, I think we need to do it just to make sure nobody is left out of the loop. And I'm surprised that just the word of mouth hasn't spread like wildfire already. But maybe we could have a few key people there to phone around to their list of friends, and that might be a way to, get the word out a little bit better.
Okay, I think we're gonna be working on that. So, and I wanna just add, we did receive a letter from someone requesting that we defer issuing licenses for short-term rentals in Redstone until after our meeting. We are not able to specify that, I don't believe legally, because the ordinance is taking effect, and we didn't call that out when we passed it. So we apologize for the fact that licenses will go out, and if people have concerns about short-term rentals that are adjacent to their property or across the street from their property or in their neighborhood, then they need to submit their objections to the Community Development Department, and you can find that information on the county website. So but we cannot isolate Redstone and say we're not going to issue licensing there. I think that would be a violation on our part. Just want to clarify that. Okay, John, anything else? On our site visit, and Steve, I know you'll be coming back that day. I will, hopefully Francine will walk, we're doing the site visit up Prince Creek on the 19th. John, to let you know, the three of us have worked out how we're gonna get there. I don't know if you will be joining us.
I am planning, is this the site visit on Prince Creek? I'm
No,
not
okay.
doing that one.
So I will let staff know that we have arranged it, because Kelly needs a car to go back to Basalt. Greg has a car because you were planning to go on to Somerset, and I have a car because I'm going from there to Breckenridge.
I have to drive my own car because I have to bring Bridget.
Yeah. So.
And I did just get an email from Marcy on Redstone, if I could go back
Yeah,
to that
please.
too. We are going to look at underwriting with KD&K to get message out, hanging flyers, and Redstone businesses are willing to do that. It looks like Marcy's going to be there this Friday. In fact, social media, and then, as was suggested here, recruiting Redstone-based contacts and such to try and get word of mouth. So let's see, we did publish an ad in the Crystal Valley Echo this month, but I think we can continue with the contact there. So those are some of the things that we're looking at doing, just to be more specific.
Okay, great.
Sounds good.
Thank you. Okay, so I think the other items I have for future agendas are something I can attend to at a later time, because it's specific to tasks that have been sent my way. So I think we're good there. Do we have some open discussion, unless the board has future agendas? Anybody have anything? Steve, do you have any future agenda items?
Let's see, I just wanted to let you know on the site visit, I talked to Leslie about that, and I'm going to, while the story polls are up, if I get back in town soon enough on the Monday, I'm gonna swing by there and look at the story polls, but I'm planning on going the next morning to look at them.
Okay.
So
Great.
then they can take the story polls down.
Great, thank you, Steve. Does anybody else have any other future agenda items?
I just wonder, do we want to carve out time to discuss any ballot measures? If we want to
Oh.
take positions as a board or not?
Yeah, that's a good idea. I think we might have time. Let's put it on to, maybe put it on for next week. I would like to bring back to this board the consideration of a resolution supporting the City of Aspen Open Space and Trails, continuation of their funding, to see if we want to do a resolution supporting that. And I haven't really looked at the other ones, but there may be some others we want to consider
Others.
doing that.
Yeah. I don't know all the local ones. There's 11 statewide.
Yeah. So, John, let's put that on for maybe schedule sometime next week. I think the sooner the better. John, hopefully we've set somebody up that can speak to ACRA, the next ACRA meeting. Have we worked, is Ingrid gonna be able to do that, or?
I have not heard whether Ingrid can do it. I know we were making the request. Did you hear anything, Rich, on that yesterday? Okay, we'll
Because I need to
double-check
get
on
her in
that.
touch with the person at ACRA. I suggested that somebody come forward from the county to just do election issues, but just present kind of just an overview of what the ballot questions will be, coming state, local, so that ACRA has time to talk about it.
Regarding ACRA, I had requested a while ago maybe having ACRA come to this board to talk about their findings of the employer-employee survey.
I don't remember
That I
ever
feel
getting
like
that.
Well, we talked about it here. It's okay that it hasn't happened. I'm still think it would be really interesting to hear.
Yeah,
what
I
those-
can put that on my list and
I
bring
think
it
it was
up with
from their
them.
the local affairs committee.
Yeah,
or
it didn't
something?
come through the regular,
Yeah.
they have all these different committees, but I will run it by Debbie Braun.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks.
Debbie Braun will be taking a sabbatical, so I will find out who's gonna be running the show. Perfect. Okay, thanks Kelly for reminding me if I. Okay, anything else on agendas or open discussion?
We have a number of open discussion items. When you're ready for
I'm
those.
ready.
Okay. So we'll do some of the easy ones first. Charlotte had sent out an email on August 18th with the registration information for the AIMF conference, and then I've forgotten what the acronym stands for. It's something mountains.
Mountain Foundation.
Thank you.
International.
So we do have some complimentary registration. We do need to kind of get a sense from the board who's going.
Yeah, I think Greg might be
I'm
presenting.
going to be on a panel. Alex and Cindy set me up to be part of a panel on energy efficiency, moderated by our new core director. And of course, I'd love to attend other parts of it if schedule permitting, but honestly, it's a busy, busy week. So yes, it'd be nice to have I'd love to have a pass available, but I could probably share that with anybody else.
Yeah, I am not gonna be attending, and Kelly?
I'm not sure. I would love to see the agenda for Monday, because Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday are all full for me.
And I don't think we've been able to find an agenda anywhere.
Why don't we circle back on that one?
Okay, we can circle back on that.
Yeah.
We have two requests for letters of support. One of these went out to you. This was came through Greg actually around the CORE Act letter. I don't know if the board had an opportunity to review that. The CORE Act, of course, is an act that the board has previously written a letter of support for. The change here is that it's really encouraging the goals of the CORE Act to be enacted through executive action versus legislative action, since that legislation is, I believe, hung up in the Senate at this point. So there is a request for a letter of support now to the administration to execute some of the goals of the CORE Act through executive versus legislative action. That is a change from what the board had previously supported, so wanted to get the board's take on this new letter of support.
Right.
Who drafted
And I
this?
can share, this is, came from Anna Peterson at Mountain Pact. Several counties and municipalities are signing on or sending letters of in various forms that basically are in alignment with this. This is something that months ago was brought to my attention and other people within this organization, that after 10 years of assembling these coalitions and getting support from a pretty broad range of communities and entities, and then just getting stopped short after a decade or more of that, our senators and Congressman Neguse, I think they concluded after some lobbying by several of the commissioners, people that are on this Mountain Pact, along with us, that we really should be moving this to the president now. It seems like it's stuck and it's something the president could do. And so they've spent a couple of months trying to decide how to go about this. So this is the letter of encouragement that will accompany the actions of Senator Bennett, Senator Hickenlooper, and Congressman Neguse to Washington and to the president. So that's the provenance of the letter.
So it's stuck in the Senate? Is that what you're saying?
It's been passed by the Congress a couple of times, and then it gets stuck in the Senate.
Yeah.
To get that backwards.
I think that's right.
And so this has been, we're going to see a flurry of letters from San Miguel County and San Juan County and Gunnison County and Eagle County, and we have the list of virtually everybody who's been working on the CORE Act for this last decade are signing on and saying, okay, this is the next step.
Well, I think it's of interest that we talk about working with our congressional delegation, but we don't have Congresswoman Boevert's name listed on the CC, which I don't know if we want to or if we should, just out of.
Yeah, I think she's been antagonistic the entire time. So I think that what we're trying to do is encourage the people who are for this to get it through and put it on the president's desk.
That being said, I think we might want to add the Vice President of the United States, who will be if it gets to the Senate and then there's an issue and there's a tie vote, we want to show that support there. Would that not be an idea?
You could certainly send it. I would support adding her name, certainly. But this is going directly to the president's office to.
Yeah, but I think maybe if we tag her in, that might be worthy, so she is aware of our efforts over here if she's not already, and the need for support to get this through.
I was going to suggest also that on this letter, I think every commissioner should sign this. It shouldn't just be the chair, but I think all of us should sign it if we're willing.
Yeah. How does it maintain the same level of protections of the CORE Act, or are there elements of it that can't
there are elements
be
that the
no
future
longer
administration
included?
could reverse it, as we've seen happen. But I think that there's confidence that there's enough both bipartisan and support throughout the industry, recreation, agriculture, and the communities that would be a pretty tough.
No, that's not what I guess I mean. I mean,
a future
are there
president could
elements
reverse it.
that could only be done legislatively that are not being included in the administrative ask?
So 2 avenues.
Yeah, I don't fully understand. I mean, I get the strategy.
Right.
It's just more of a detailed, is it everything? Can everything that the CORE Act endeavored to do be done by executive action, or is it a smaller slice?
That's a question we'd have to drill down on. I can't confidently answer that completely. Right now.
It doesn't change my support. I just am curious as to what it leaves out.
And I think having us all sign is a good idea. Does the board have any problem with adding the vice president's name to
No,
this?
I didn't have a chance to read it, and I'm not.
I
gonna
would add her name.
wordsmith
Can we
it.
add that?
Sure.
And then
No.
have it come back to us for
Question
each
is-
of our
I just
signatures?
want to double check. I heard adding both Representative
I think
Boebert.
we're gonna leave that one off. Because this is a letter of supporters, right, Greg?
Yes, correct.
Okay, sorry.
So,
Okay.
okay, there was another letter?
Yeah, and I apologize. This one I was going to get printed off at break for you, but we didn't.
We're moving along.
Yeah, but I think this is a fairly easy one. BOCC is asking for a letter of support for a CWCB grant for water master planning. It's about a $25,000 grant. John Ely's looked into it and felt like it's something that was reasonable, good for the board to support. There weren't any conflicts with any of our other water goals there. Eagle County has already issued a letter of support. So if the board would be willing to support BOCC's application along with Eagle County, we can draft a letter or just prepare the letter for the chair's signature.
Okay. And if John Ely's comfortable with the language of the letter, I support it. Is the board okay? Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Just a couple more things. So you'll be getting information if you haven't already. Rick Ballantyne from Aspen Fire notified us that the Pano AI, that's the cameras that we allowed to be placed on our towers, will be here next Wednesday, the 21st, to give an update and overview of the wildfire cameras, how they've been working, updates, that sort of thing. He's going to provide more information about time and location.
Yeah,
and push
I
that
talked
out
with
to the
him and
board.
asked him to send the invitation through Charlotte to each of us.
Yep.
I will be out of town. Greg, I don't know if you'll be here and might want to attend that.
And that's on the,
Next Wednesday.
It's next Wednesday, the 21st. We don't have a time and location
Charlotte's
yet.
going to be sending us more info. Rick's
Yeah.
supposed to direct it through her to us.
If you could just let us know if you're going and who, just so we know if we need to post.
I won't be here. Steve will be out of town, so it would only be probably Francie and Greg, so.
Okay, we're okay then.
Mhm.
All right.
Yeah.
Are
I'm
you
not
gonna-
sure if I'll
would
be
you
able to
go?
go.
regular meeting tomorrow.
It depends
21st.
if it doesn't conflict with the after.
So why don't we, John, why don't we note it? Why don't we post it? We'll post it just in case.
This is for Wednesday, the 21st?
Yeah, next
So
Wednesday.
it's not during a regular meeting.
No.
No.
I did have some invitation for a commitment to something, but I'm not sure the exact time. No,
Just say yes.
I'll say yes, but you may not see me.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then I want to give us a little break before we start interviews, John. We can continue with open discussion.
Okay, yeah, we were just going to give a quick update on the courthouse. We
Yeah.
can do that later, or do you
Yeah,
want to do
can
it
we
now?
do that later and give us a little break before we start interviews? Is that okay? You gentlemen don't have anything better to do than to hang out with us. And you'll find something else for us to do later, I'm sure. Okay, grassroots, we're going to take 5 minutes and then we'll start back with our interviews. Welcome back. This is Tuesday, September the 13th. Gosh, I can't believe we're going to be, it's supposed to be snowing maybe next weekend, guys, on the top of the mountain.
Don't say that.
I'm like, oh my God. Anyway,
I
it's
can't hear
September
you.
the 13th, 2022. It is not snowing today. It is a little after 2. We are starting our Airport Advisory Board citizen interviews. And first we have with us Brenda Gonzalez, and thank you and welcome and for being here today. And perfect, you took yourself off mute. We appreciate it. And if you would like to start out with giving us a little explanation of why you would like to be on this board, I'll bring it back to the board for questions. And then we do have 2 members of the board, 3 of us, including me, Kelly and Greg and Francie and Steve are online, so we're all here. So Brandon, please, the floor is yours.
Great, thank you all for your time and this opportunity. I'm joining to you today from Washington, D.C. I'm in town for a conference, so I apologize for not being there in person. But I'm interested in the alternate position. The airport is something that is strangely near and dear to me. I mean, I live across the street in the North 40. I fly in and out of there, seems like every other week. As a passenger in the past, I have flown in and out of there as a member of Mountain Rescue, boarding aircraft for searching. So I guess coming at it from a citizen standpoint of view, it affects my daily life. I'm not. It's shaped the character of the town. I think that it's important for the community. It serves so many different purposes. It's got federal oversight. It serves as like the first touch point for people to interface with Pickens County and Aspen. So I think that we should put our best foot forward, and then we have our concerns and our community values of environmental impact, noise impact, architecture, the construction of it, deciding the future of aircraft operations, and then the emergency operations that are out of there, the passengers, the general aviation. So it sounds like a complex problem, and I'm interested in those kinds of things. I'm an engineer by trade. I've lived in Aspen for maybe 14 years. So, I've seen a little bit of change, not as much from the airport side of things, but I do think that there needs to be an expansion, and there needs to be a direction of it that kind of somehow can. There's probably several different solutions that satisfies everyone, and in some respect. But I'm of the philosophy that, coming from sort of an engineering and design standpoint, I think that's really important to have sort of the creative thinking, and then also thinking in terms of form and function for the future of the airport. But I've had a chance to read through the recommendations from the committee in the past, and sort of the goals and the outlines for the airport, and all of the recommendations that I see that came out of the committee were great, and I think the real challenge is to come up with a solution, listen to all the parties, and indeed and find and engineer the solution. Some kind of solution, whether that's facilities or figuring out maybe numbers for aircraft operations, and maybe also helping to listen to the community about the future of the contract that's coming up soon for the FBO.
Great, thank you. I'm going to bring it to the board. The board have questions?
Sure, Kelly, go ahead.
Sure, I'll start. Hi, Brandon. I'm so glad you applied. Great to see you all in this context. What of the recommendations that you read from the Common Ground Vision resonate most with you?
So I personally, I think what probably led me to look at the state of the airport, I followed it sort of in background, just to the news and the media, but living in the North 40, we moved in January. I kind of realized how those aircraft operations, both private and both general aviation and then also commercial, it's noisy, and it's also there's traffic, there's air pollution. I mean, we can literally, my neighbors and I, we talk about the air quality. It's of concern for us, and it's I come at it from sort of a pragmatic standpoint. The airport was there well before the neighborhood was constructed, but I've been sort of just doing my research about and some anecdotal sort of looking at how things work over there. So I've always known how airport operations work. I mean, just basically, like I mentioned, from the first responder side of things, and we call them, and they're responsible for, the movement of aircraft and who gets on the tarmac and the safety of everything. But, I've seen private aircraft idle for a very long time, just sitting there, with exhaust blowing into the ABC. And so I thought, that itself is sort of like a policy thing. I mean, it's not. I understand that there's things that have to happen, aircraft maintenance with like auxiliary power units that have to turn on. But we've seen in the neighborhood, we've seen people get off the aircraft sits there, and they'll board the aircraft. They'll only be on and off in the matter of 30 minutes. We've seen this happen before in the past. So just observing sort of those things where it just seems like we could manage it better in terms of if we have an FBO operator, in terms of policy that goes in place. I mean, we're not encouraged. I think it's against city ordinance to idle a car. What gives a private jet the same an exemption from idling for 30 minutes to an hour burning jet A. So that's how it impacts me personally. I'm not not going at this with the approach of I have a single axe to grind. I'm interested in sort of like the big picture of the airport from a design, form, and a function standpoint.
Great, thank you.
I appreciate that. Thank
Steve
you.
should mute if he's not gonna.
Francie,
he can talk.
and then Steve.
But Francie's back.
Francie, you're on mute now.
And Steve, you're unmuted.
Sorry about that. I'm wondering if you guys have already discussed the attachment B with Brandon's application before I came on, that it's not Brandon, the resume?
Kelly can explain this to you.
Brandon's resume is correctly attached to last week's agenda. It is incorrect. It looks like a different Gonzalez from a different board was attached to this week's. I didn't have anything to do with it. I'm just pointing out. If you want to look at Brandon's true resume, look at last Tuesday's packet.
I was just checking whether it was his daughter or
his daughter. I think is 5 years old. But I have to tell you, Francie, I have the same question. Kelly clarified it. She let me look at Brandon's resume, which is amazingly impressive.
Well, Brandon, thank you very much for applying. It looks like you have a similar interest to my own, and so I really appreciate your willingness to volunteer. It's not a small thing volunteering for this, It's a pretty big deal. So thank you for that.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, it seems to carry a lot of weight and something I take seriously.
Okay, Steve?
So Brandon, I wanted to ask you about your engineering background. What field of engineering do you work in, and how could you apply that to helping make good decisions at the airport in terms of, you mentioned design of the airport things, but there are many fields in engineering, so I'm curious about your background there.
Sure. Yeah, I actually, my first major as an undergrad was as an architecture major. So, I'm of the philosophy that design, architecture, the function and the form can blend together, and it can actually change the world in terms of how people feel, how they flow, compression, empty spaces. So that's something I had some training in. I worked as a draftsman for 2 summers for an architect in Telluride over the summer break, but I realized that architecture was great, but my interests are really in mathematics and harder engineering. So I went and I double majored in civil engineering with structural emphasis, and then my second major was applied mathematics. So Then I went for grad school. I was a computer science major, and I've really been in sort of the computer science and data world for most of my career. I used to work in, I helped design algorithms for modeling space physics on a NASA program. So I think whatever I do, I think that the rule has always been to bring data, right? So if you're going to make a argument, you should always have the facts behind it, and you should have unbiased data. Whether or not it hurts or helps an argument, the truth should show in the numbers, right? So I think in my entire career has been collecting data. I'm at actually an artificial intelligence and machine learning conference right now, so it's really important to me to have good data, treating it responsibly, understanding it, visualizing it, and then I think there's in maybe the airport and maybe with like aircraft data, traffic flows, usage, people, movements, those kinds of things, runway lengths. I mean, that's all something I think that numbers don't lie in there, and I think it'd be useful to bring. I think it's an emotionally charged topic in the community, but if you come and you bring good data, unbiased data, let the numbers speak for our past, and then try to forecast intelligently in the future, it would help tremendously. So to answer your question, it's been computer science and mathematics, and then I've been in sort of the computer science field my entire career.
Okay, thank you. Greg, please.
Sure. Yeah, thanks, Brandon. This is fascinating. Our career started very similarly. I have an engineering degree, civil engineering degree, but it diverged because the math. I topped out at my math ability right when I got that degree. There's no way I could have gone farther. So I really admire you for having the mind and the inclination to go even deeper towards cyber and all that. That's fascinating, and I envy you, but I have no idea how you do it. I'm just thinking regarding your comments about data, and I thought are very valuable. I'm wondering, how much do you know about aviation, the aviation industry, and perhaps maybe the FAA and how the FAA works regarding rules? I know you've been involved, but and I guess I'm asking that as a preface to the real question, which is, where do you see our airport being in, say, 11 or 12 years or 15 years? And how is it operating? What kind of aircraft? What is your vision for how transportation by air will happen?
Well, I think what I know about the FAA is that, with any federal organization, you've got, I imagine like proposals, very strict regulations when it comes to aircraft type, runway lengths, weight, capacity. Those kinds of things are pretty rigid, and I think especially if you take federal FAA dollars, you're really beholden to maybe a lot of those sort of rules that may or may not be so inflexible. They don't compromise on. So I think with any time you take funding, or when they pitch in for something, you're kind of beholden to them. So before those kinds of engagements happen, weighing the data and understanding the consequence of that is super important. From a technical perspective, like I'm an amateur radio hobbyist, and I know about ADS-B data. There's clearinghouses that I've actually accessed before that you can track almost every modern aircraft as it comes in and out of the airport. Worldwide, every aircraft emits basically their airspeed, where they are, aircraft type, altitude, things like that. So that goes into a massive database. So you can really find real answers to like how many aircraft come in and out, what type. That data is easily accessible. So I know about ADS-B, a little bit about radar background, and then of course, like I followed a little bit about like how the navigation systems work in and out of the airport, and then Red Table being another navigation system. So a lot of like the technical background behind it. But as far as like the future of aviation, I've always wondered, the airlines claim that the CRJ 700's like phasing out. I'd imagine that. I fly it all the time. It seems like they make funny noises. They seem aging, right? I don't know if they're prematurely forecasting the death of them. I've seen I've flown on C-130s that are from like the Korean War era. So you can maintain an airframe for a long time, but at what point does it become commercially feasible? I would think that it'd be safer to not call their bluff, because if all of a sudden aircraft just cannot fly in and out of here, like the supply chain's a new resurgent crisis, a new problem. So if they can't find a particular part for an aircraft, it could be a problem, and it can really affect the local community. I don't have the data to back that up, but I mean, it's just a contingency you have to think about. But if the CRJ series have served commercial aviation for quite a long time, they're very dependable aircraft. We know their operating parameters, but if there's the next bump up, the 737s, I think it's like 200s or 300s. I have to check myself on that. I'm not sure. But if they are in fact quieter, if a few feet here and there, maybe a few 100 feet or tens of feet, would allow us to fly more capacity, reduce the number of flights, and still be quieter, maybe even more fuel efficiency, I think that's a big win. So just knowing that that's a trade-off, it doesn't sound, there's something, when you say there's 737s that are going to fly into our little airport, it scares people, but it may be the exact opposite. It may be quieter, more efficient, and would require less aircraft operations or less flights to come in. So I see probably that, possibly bigger aircraft coming in, but I hope, and I would maybe the county's in a position to mandate that they are quieter, that they're more fuel efficient, that they won't be as disruptive as the other ones, because you can always tell living near the airport when one of the CRJs lands or takes off, just because of their size and maybe just the engine type.
Thank you.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Okay, Redding, this was a great interview, and I'm really glad we got this opportunity to speak directly with you. We are going to be making our decision later today, so we can move this forward. And again, your resume was extremely impressive, and your background is amazing. So
I want to thank Brandon publicly for his military service as well.
Yes, and
reserve.
Oh, thank you.
And what do you do for fun?
I when I have time, I go skiing.
Okay.
That's all I do. I used to ski patrol. That's my happy place. I'm a Highlands rat.
And you also
chases
like
3
hobby
little kids
radio,
around.
so yeah, so we know where to find you. Okay, thank you. We appreciate it, and
Thank you.
hopefully we'll be getting back to you soon. And enjoy your time. And you're in Washington D.C.
Yes, ma'am.
Be careful back there. It's pretty scary.
Thank you.
Thanks for coming.
I'm a
I
Highlands
miss home.
groupie. I'm also a Highlands groupie. I'm with you on that.
Awesome. All right, thanks
All
everyone.
right, thank you. So our next
Bye-bye.
interview is with Kurt Hinderberger. Is that correct pronunciation? And is Kurt with us online?
Can you hear me? This is Kirk.
I'm going to go ahead and promote you to a panelist, so you should get a pop-up on your screen here.
We're moving you up in the world.
Great.
Okay. So we need to enable his video, is that right?
He should be able to do all that now.
So Kurt, you can enable both your mic and your video, and we'll be ready to roll.
All right. So I apologize. I'm kind of a dark.
That's okay. We have this
Right here.
mystery
Witness
speaker
protection.
in front of us. So Kurt, I'm going to just give you the first blush here. You get to kind of explain briefly to the board why you're interested in being on this advisory board. Then I'll bring it to the board for questions, and then we'll kind of wrap it up, and we will move forward. So please, welcome, and thank you for being here.
Thank you. I'd like to start by thanking you for your time and thank you for creating and supporting the advisory board. My name is Kirk Hinderberger. I'm actually Brandon's neighbor, a few houses down in the North 40. Also live on the park that's adjacent, right across 82 from the airport. We moved out here with our family in 2014, and ever since then, the airport has been obviously a hot topic just due to its proximity. And I started, my first foray of becoming involved with the airport was back when the environmental assessment was brought to the community and public input was solicited. I worked with our local HOA. I was just a resident at the time, homeowner at the time, but worked with the HOA to create and draft a response to the environmental assessment at the time, including what we thought to be some good ideas as far as how to mitigate the impacts of the airport on us, and not just North 40, but really west of Aspen. And since then, I also participated in the Vision Committee, was on the Community Character Committee, and also provided feedback to the eventual Common Ground recommendations. I'm now on the HOA here at North 40, still over here, and airport still is a big part of our life. I know if you guys have ever been over here, we hear and smell the airport on a regular basis. Similar to what Brandon was saying, I definitely have an understanding that the airport was here before me and before North 40. So try and approach our any input and any requests we'd ever make, to balance us as a community, and again, not just North 40, but really the greater ABC and west of Aspen area, to the needs and demands of the airport, but trying to also balance our way of life. And when I say West Aspen, when I was on the Vision Committee, and actually some people I know in the area, just I hear people mentioning being able to smell and primarily smell the airport and the fumes and whatnot all the way over to Cemetery Lane. Definitely in Burlingame, us over at ABC. I know noise becomes an issue in Wood Creek and where we are. So definitely, if I were to become a member of the board, I would definitely be looking at decisions and recommendations. I guess I understand we wouldn't be voting and making public policy. We'd be making recommendations to the BOCC, but I'd be looking at it through the lens of the effects of the environmental effects the airport would have on us, and trying to balance that with the greater needs of the airport from the airport's perspective and other community stakeholders and members' needs and visitors' needs. But just to be very clear, one of the primary lenses I'd be looking at, it would be through the local environmental impacts. That is definitely one of my priorities. And in looking back at the recommendations and reading over those, and I actually didn't upload a resume. I haven't made a resume in 20 years since I moved here. But I did actually upload my most recent recommendations. I think that actually gives the best kind of idea as far as how I'd approach this. So that's kind of about me, where I come from, why I'd like to participate, continue my participation. And if it's okay, if you have any questions, I'd love to answer them.
Great, thank you. Questions from the board? Greg, please.
Sure, yeah. Hey, thanks, Kirk, for applying, and I appreciate you coming into the interview. I guess I appreciate your perspective living across the street. You're catching it firsthand when people complain about exhaust fumes, with firsthand knowledge. I guess my question for you would be, tell us a little bit about your experience working with the HOA or any other, boards where you're on a team working for consensus. I'd just love to understand a little bit about your background and, how well do you play with others, and are you familiar with the various, ways of making group decisions and reaching consensus?
Yeah, as I mentioned, I was a participant in the airport vision process and the community character working group. I hope I didn't rub too many people the wrong way there. Prior to that,
we didn't hear about
it. Great. I was actually previously on the Roaring Fork Mountain Bike Association board back when that was founded, and had since actually dropped off that with family taking a higher priority. Prior to that, I participated in back to school politics and even a search and rescue group back in California, participating there in Explore Post. So, and now I'm actually a business owner. It's 5 partners at the IT consulting company in the Valley. That obviously takes working together with the group there. So hopefully that explains kind of how I've been able to work with others. Actually, I used to work with Francie, or work for Francie, so good to see you again.
Great, thank you.
Okay, Steve, Kelly, Francie, questions? Francie, please.
Yeah, I really appreciated your recommendations, Kirk.
Yeah, thank you.
I read through it pretty carefully, and I agree with you that it wouldn't be a bad idea to put this under health considerations and not just the overview of climate change. I don't know how you guys, the whole committee and everything would go about that, but I appreciated the specificity of it, and also just that it is a health issue, and it is a major quality of life issue beyond the fact that emissions contribute to greenhouse gases. So I really appreciated that, and I think it speaks well for the depth of your thought about it.
Thank you. And actually, can I just expand quickly, just to give some context? When I was participating in the Vision Committee, I tried multiple times, and I think it finally got through, to really clarify there's a difference between looking at greenhouse gas emissions versus local emissions like BOCC2 and whatnot. Not just in measuring them and modeling them, but also in, for example, some of the ways you mitigate those. And for example, a great way to, standard practice nowadays to mitigate or to offset greenhouse gases is buying offsets. But that doesn't do anything for local emissions. The people that live around the airport, that's really more, are you limiting APUs? Are you actually changing the mix of fuels? Are you trying to limit flights in and out? May or not be an option, of course. But and or reposition aircraft or stuff like that. So definitely, and I was a little concerned at one point, have to admit, traveled and got really busy right after the Vision Committee started making a lot of its decisions, and we were disbanded as part of the subcommittees. But I was a little concerned when I read the original recommendations that there wasn't the focus on local emissions. I was really looking at greenhouse gases. Since then, I actually recently was read through the new FBO RFP, which helped me put me to sleep one night. But what I did garner out of that was there was some really specific requests through that, like specifically, going back to the idea of there is an idle limit for cars in Aspen. In that RFP, there's a mention of trying to limit the use of APUs, the auxiliary power units, prior and post landing to about 15 minutes. That's something that I think is great. Also the fact that the new FBO RFP specifically says that any future operator is supposed to needs to comply by, and I apologize, I don't know the exact wording, but it needs to focus on and or comply by the common ground recommendations. I think that's huge. So I'm really actually pretty proud of that coming out of the Vision Committee process. And then lastly, I actually, one of the things I put in my feedback was I wanted to really see a focus for environmentalism included in really the strategic level, the vision, the mission level of the airport. And I was jumping on the webpage to do a little research for this interview and noticed that in the mission there now, and I'd called and asked about it prior, that there is a mention of the environment in the mission. So I definitely think there's been a lot happening already to focus on the environmental and health impact of the airport, local health impact of the airport. I'd like, if possible, to contribute in the future and make sure that's maintained now and in the future.
Great,
thank you.
Thank you. Steve, do you have any comments, questions?
Yeah, thanks, Kirk.
Thank you.
I would like to see how your experience of working on the airport advisory committee process, and how you do working on boards. Kind of what's your experience working on different boards, and how do you get along with other people? That's a huge part of getting a disparate views on a board like our airport advisory board. and having them try to reach a consensus. So I want to make sure that you would be, a good person for that process. And what's your thought about that?
Well, I think I reviewed kind of the history of where I've participated in similar situations, but I guess maybe a case in point is, I try and look at things from really through the eyes of others and not just myself. And as I mentioned, I particularly will, do and have and will focus on the local environmental impact of the airport. But, I also, and as a business person and other things, I look at all situations through different stakeholders' eyes. And, a big part of the early stages of the airport vision committee process was identifying the stakeholders and kind of what their priorities were. And of course, I live across the airport. I might be, focusing on one thing, but what would, what do the airliners focus on? What do visitors focus on? What do other members of the Aspen community area? And I'm looking at, if a decision's made or a recommendation is made, what impact it might fulfill one of our desires or one of our asks, but what would the ramifications and impact be? For example, I use the airport, maybe not as frequent as other people, but I like it. It's a great amenity to fly in and out of versus going to Denver or somewhere else. And realizing that, if we make certain decisions, it may very likely increase the price of tickets, for example. And therefore, it might price out certain people like me or other people in the community. So when working with other people on boards and trying to come to consensus, I do generally try and obviously listen, and then also really dive into what's the underlying goals, desires, needs of the other stakeholders and people, and try and balance any sort of recommendation or decision. Obviously trying to advocate for what I believe in, and I believe is right based on both experience and data, but also keeping in mind what the other side of the table is really trying to achieve, assuming that we're both trying to do what's right, maybe taking it from different angles or different perspectives.
Great.
Does that help or?
No. Steve, you good? Kelly, did you have any questions for Kurt?
No, I don't think so. I think it's been a thorough interview. Thank you.
Yeah. So Kurt, as I have said, we will be making our decision later today. And I think we have 2 more applicants, and this decision is going to be tough. We've had some great interviews, and I think we have more great interviews to come. So thank you, and we appreciate your previous efforts and keeping attention to us in the future. Depending upon where you are, I know we will like to hear from you. So thank you.
Oh, you will. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Have a good day. Thank you.
All right. So we have next on our list, we have, I do believe, the esteemed Bill Landis. Please come forward, sir. How are you today?
Excuse me.
Nice to see you. So the same, you've heard what we're going to give you an opportunity to present to the board why you would like to be on this board, and then we will ask questions, and then we'll finish up.
Okay.
Thank you. It's nice to see you.
Well, thank you.
Nice to meet you.
So, we up and running here?
You are up and running. You
Very
are
good.
on.
Well, we all agree this is a big deal. This what's going on with the airport, and we have one shot at it, pretty much. It's going to be, what we decide on and what we settle on is going to be ours for a long time to come. It's great to have the process of the vision board, the advisory committee, as a great link between the community and the government, because with the FAA and the county government, we need to have the input from everybody that we can possibly get. So I think the process is important. I've been making my money at the airport for the last 30 some odd years as a professional pilot in the charter business. I've had several management positions, director of operations, chief pilot, and those kinds of things. And done my whole career here in Aspen, pretty much in the same office out of the FBO over there. Been flying up here since the early 80s. So I have a good perspective on the GA side of it, more so than the airline side. Also live at the North 40, so I have Kirk and Brandon as my neighbors, although I haven't met them yet. I feel that my perspective would be, how do we address things operationally? What is real world solutions to how things actually happen in the GA world? You know, we see the airplanes coming in and out. We see the tail sticking up over there. It's like a forest, you know. And then everybody's has their opinion on that. And it would be good to have the perspective of, you know, yes, we can do this. This is realistic. This might not fly so well. My focus has always been on safety at the airport. I've trained pilots. I've written training programs for the Aspen approaches. We've worked with the FAA on the special procedures that they have here. I worked at Aspen Aviation back in the day. We were one of the first companies to get the special approaches, which gives us lower minimums and a little safer procedure to get in and out of here. Safety is a huge thing for me, and also efficiency. And I think that efficiency will also help with the environmental concerns, mitigating some of the greenhouse gas emissions and those kinds of things, especially when it comes to the traffic patterns and those kinds of things into Aspen. Anyway, that's my perspective. That's why I would like to help you guys out and be on the committee.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Greg, please.
Yeah, thanks for applying. Appreciate it. We're realizing we've got a great pool of expertise and intellect regarding, you know, the community and the airport, and it's great to have you participating in this. So thank you. Regarding, GA seems to be 90% of the traffic, or maybe more.
It's a lot.
Could confirm it's probably more than that. I can't help but think that's the tough nut we have to tackle.
It's going to be difficult.
Right. And I'd love to hear your just perspective on, you know, what can we do vis-a-vis the FAA, and, you know, how can we do anything differently is kind of the vexing question.
Well,
regarding making the airport safer and bigger. Does that mean bigger airplanes, bigger private planes? Those are the fears that I hear expressed in the community.
Right.
So I guess my concern, my question for you would be, one is the visionary thing. It's, 10, 15, 20 years out, what do you think, how do you think we're going to be traveling, using by air in and out of here? How will things be different?
I think that there's going to be a lot of technological advances. Engines are going to get more efficient. I think we're going to find advances in the types of fuel that we're able to burn. I think that airplanes overall will become safer. I believe that eventually pilots will become more systems managers. I would like to see work on possibly some of the approaches coming into Aspen to make them more. We have the public approaches, which brings you out to a certain point, and then you can descend from there, or you can circle land or whatever. The special procedures that we have allow us to stay on profile so we can land straight in. And those are the same procedures that the airliners use, and that allow them to get in at night and that kind of stuff safely. So yes, I think that airplanes will get faster, they'll get quieter, and they will get more fuel efficient and more environmentally friendly over the course of the next 10 or 15 years. Our problem is, what do we do now? And I know there's a lot of the talk about the running of the auxiliary power units, and from a pilot's perspective, boss says 10 o'clock, you start at 9:45, and guess what? He's not here at 10. And I'm going to be here at 10:50. So you've got a large aircraft that it takes some doing to get it fired up, to get the environmental systems going, the avionics going, and all these kinds of things. So now, okay, you shut it down, you go back to a cold airplane. He said, okay, then he's here. Then you've got to start the whole thing up. So from a pilot perspective, it's not just easy as saying, hey, I got 15 minutes, you got to be here at 10, or we got a problem.
Leave without
Yeah, you know, that,
And
that
then look for a
doesn't, that
job
doesn't
the
always
next
go over
day.
that well. But you know, maybe there's some ideas to be had. Maybe we can have sort of not an arrival reservation system, but maybe a departure sort of a system where, yes, you're leaving at 10. The boss needs to know he's leaving at 10. He gets to pick the time, but he's got to be here. I'm not saying that's the answer, but it's something we could consider. I don't know how else we could get, you know, to mitigate the APUs running that long.
Would electric APUs?
I was just going to bring that up.
Okay.
I started, I think I was one of the first airplanes to start with the electric APU. And I don't fly a very big airplane. I fly a small jet. This thing looked like you know, he's ready to start an airline. It's huge, but it's quiet. And you know, they can charge it in the hangar. They actually can store it in the hangar. It's a lot bigger than the other GPUs. And I think that, you know, when we're looking at space allocation and those kinds of things, I mean, the next FBO or whatever, they maybe ought to consider, you know, if they get a bank of these, you know. Excuse me. I flew in to an airport, I can't remember which one it was, but they actually had plates in the ramp that when you pulled up next to it, they opened the plate and they were able to plug in a little electric cart and you could start. Now, I don't know if that's going to be feasible here, but I think that you know, we can be creative, we can be smart about how we do things. You know, we have to work with the FBO, we have to work with line services. They know, you know, how they can stack airplanes and where they can put them and what's feasible or what's not. But I think the electric GPU will go a long way to mitigating, you know, that because I've heard that. I've been in North 40 since 2001, and that's been, you know, these APUs. It's like, you know, and so this would be a good solution, you know, and they're expensive, you know, but and they're heavy, and they take up space, but they do. I mean, you can't hear, and they work very well. So that would be a great way to answer part of it. The other thing is efficiency and how we work with the FAA. And, you know, specifically air traffic control. You know, I come over from Denver, I'm 15 minutes, maybe from Denver to Aspen, 20 minutes to land. And that's at 11,000 feet, 13,000 feet or whatever, flying around in a huge pattern everywhere from Leadville down to Glenwood Springs and back around. And our in-trail spacing is huge up here, and that's a safety concern. So that's an FAA mandated thing. Maybe we can work something else out. Maybe we can look at, you know, having gates, arrival gates that are outside the Aspen airspace, where holding can be done at 30,000 feet, where you're more fuel efficient. Maybe take one or two turns. Okay, you're coming in, you're coming in, you're coming in. This would be complicated, but it's an idea. And it's something we'd have to work with the FAA on.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, great. Kelly.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
I love this, all this stuff. Do you see changes coming to the aviation industry that would change? I'm so sorry. Do you see changes to the aviation industry coming that would affect the number of operations that the airport is able to handle?
So are you saying we're going to be overloaded at the airport, or?
I'm just wondering, you know, if I don't know enough about this stuff.
Right.
And the number of operations has always been a concern, and I think I operate under the assumption that our curfew and the way that planes come and go are time bound, right? So we just have a time bound limitation to the number of operations that can come into the airport.
Right.
Are there other factors that could affect that are not time bound, which we should be thinking about?
Well, the ramp space is pretty much going to be controlling. You know, if we don't have ramp space, that goes out, you know, throughout the entire country as far as people wanting to come in here. When the FBO says we're out of ramp space, then you can't fly in here. They hold you on the ground. And so you're in Atlanta or whatever, you can't get your clearance to leave. And so they used to have, I don't know if you guys remember the reservation system they used to have here. It was kind of a disaster. It really didn't work well practically. Great idea, but it really didn't work well, just for the same reason as the APUs. Yeah, your boss is supposed to show up at 10, he doesn't show up till 10:30, you've missed your slot. Or we couldn't get slots. We're locally based pilots, we trying to fly home, and we couldn't get a slot. They worked on those kinds of things, but now it's just strictly a ground hold situation where you can't even get your clearance to come to Aspen. And that's based on the airspace that's around here. They sort of predict the number of airplanes they're going to have at any given time here. They see them coming in, and then they start holding people. An idea for that might be in conjunction with, like I was talking about, a holding gate where they actually can leave, but then they might have to take a holding pattern or something like that. And they also can stop traffic for the ramp space. So that's really going to be the
So
kind
you
of
don't see drop and goes as like a real
yes, but they still have
operational
to.
threat or
They still have to get in
productive.
here. They still have to be able to get in here and get a spot to park and unload their people and those kinds of things. So, and yeah, the drop and goes. That's mitigating that would be a big step in cutting the noise and the gas emissions and those kinds of things.
Unless you're literally dropping them like with parachutes.
It's 2 operations for what would normally be 1.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That, I don't know how you're ever really going to stop that, but it's definitely there's got to be some creative ways to address these things.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask another,
Sure.
just a quick follow-up, and it might be for Dan as much as it's for you, but could you actually require a reservation from a GA client? Could the airport require a reservation system?
And you need to come up on mic if you're gonna.
If you're gonna answer that, I was just thinking that, if
I
that's
think
the problem,
well,
that
I don't know.
AP is going for 45 minutes instead of 15, that makes a huge difference. And is that something the FAA controls? If a reservation to come to the airport, doesn't seem like that would be
We
their
had a
purview.
reservation system that required you to have a
That was an
reservation.
FAA. That was an FAA. That was
They
an
attempt,
FAA
that was theirs, okay,
Well,
I wasn't sure if that was theirs, okay. And
Well,
it didn't work.
the county can do pretty much anything as far as the ground operations are concerned, as far as, like saying, hey, all
they
right,
come
you're
through the
signing
gate.
in at 10:45, you start your APU, 10 o'clock we're coming out, and you're either gone or shutting down. And then you either leave it up to the pilots to work it out with their owners or something like that. But you can do, in my opinion, you could certainly do a more structured sort of a time limit, more policed kind of a thing if that's the way you wanted to go. But like electric GPUs.
We're actually thinking about, sorry about that, but Dan, do you have?
Sure. Well, the problem would be, sure, we can control the ramp, but getting into and out of the airport, that is an FAA function. So any kind of reservation system would really have to be controlled by them.
Right,
Yeah.
and somehow it didn't work before.
Yeah, and we brought it up to them again, and they deferred to the precedent that was set previously.
Got it, okay.
I think it's something we'll still have in future conversations.
I don't think it hurts to talk about it,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Lessons learned and maybe improvements in the future, but. Okay, I'm gonna move us on to Francie or Steve, did you have any?
I'm all good. I heard a lot of information, and so I don't have any questions, but I want to thank you for your offer to be a volunteer. It's really generous. Thank you.
Thank you, Francie.
Steve, I'm gonna go to you real quick and then to Kelly, and then we're gonna move to Aaron.
Yeah, I wanted to dig in a little deeper. It's a point of contention for me that I have felt like one of the problems is the number of drop and goes that we have, because it is clogging up the on and off capacity of the airport when it's busy. And if we had more parking for general aviation and required, say to the drop and go pilots, sorry, you have to sit here and wait till the airport's less busy, and we have a parking place for you. Do you think that's a workable solution to reducing the number of drop and goes. I'm sure a lot of them are like corporations that they are flying somewhere else to pick up another client to go somewhere else is probably why they want to leave right away. But I don't know, and you probably do know that kind of answer.
Well, there's you know, the fractionals, which is a big percentage of our GA traffic. You know, the net jets and those kinds. That's what they live on. They live on the one way. So, whereas I fly my owners or I fly a client somewhere, I'll typically wait for them. The fractionals are the ones that come in and then they drop and then they're off to another leg. So that's just their type of operation. And I don't know that you could, I mean, if we had more parking space, we would mitigate some of the drop and goes because there's people that will bring their clients in but don't have a place to stay or can't park the airplane or whatever, don't want to spend the money or whatever, and they'll go to Rifle, they'll go to Denver, they'll go someplace else, and then they'll come back again. So now you've got an operation into Aspen, and then you've got the operation into wherever they're going, empty, and then you've got the operation back. So you got three operations there where you really only need two, one in, one out. So yeah, it's going to be hard to mitigate that. The one of the things you could do, you could raise prices for those kinds of turnarounds. I don't know if you would be allowed to have different pricing structure for drop and goes than you could for somebody who's here for long term, because of the discrimination policies of the FAA. But it might be worth looking at if there'd be some way to hit them in their pocketbook. And then we could use that money for other things. But outside of that, it's really going to be hard to just say, hey, yeah, you can't come in because you're drop and go. I don't think that would fly with the FAA.
Maybe we could use that money for GPUs.
Pardon me?
Maybe we could use that money for the GPUs.
The GPUs.
All right, I'm going to go to Kelly. She had another question, and then thanks, Steve.
Yeah, I think it would be important to hear how you would handle conflict of interest, given your financial association with FBO, if you serve on the board.
Yes, I was thinking about that, and yes, I work for a company out of Denver, so we're a charter company. The minimum standards has always required the FBO to have a charter operation available to the public. That goes back from the Aspen Aviation days, and that went right on through when Trajan was here, and yes, I've had management positions with Mayo Aviation. We have some vested interest in staying on the field. Mayo would like to stay on the field. I would probably have to be very careful about any recommendations I had for FBOs or anything like that. We've had meetings with some of the representatives of some of the FBOs, but that might be something I would have to really consider before I could, present an opinion and make sure that I am unbiased, because I would like to see things done at the airport, and I would hope that that part of it might not exclude me from bringing other things to the table. But yes, you're right. That could be a conflict, and I've already given some thought to that.
Okay, thank you. And I do wonder, in an alternate position, if they're not voting, is there the same, refrain requirements? Okay. Recusal, thank you.
And we always have the county attorney available for consultation if you have a concern, but you've come to us highly recommended, so you know.
Oh, thank you.
And then again, the selection we have today is not going to be easy. We have great candidates with diverse backgrounds, so we really appreciate your time. We really appreciate your efforts at the airport for the old Aspen Airways days with Dr. Freeman and Dr. O'Dane, I'm sure.
Yeah.
And the little shack that we used to start
that
up
was
in,
we were down at the
back
bus
to the good
terminal.
old days, right? Yeah, I appreciate that very much. Okay, thank you. And again, we'll be hopefully making our decision here shortly.
Well, and thank you guys for your efforts on this. I think you're going about this pretty smart, so that's a
Thank you.
good
We
thing.
appreciate that. Thank
Thanks
you
for
very
coming.
much.
Thank you.
Okay, Aaron Anderson, I'm sorry we are a little behind, but not too bad. So, Aaron, are you here with us?
And I will say Charlotte had not
Heard back.
had a confirmation from him, yeah.
So I don't see
You're
him
not
anywhere.
seeing anyone?
And he was scheduled at 2:45, so we've given him 15-minute leeway. Do you have you gentlemen?
No, I know he was scheduled last time as well.
Yeah.
And so.
Okay, then we are, since we are trying to keep on time, to go on and move to discussion on who we're going to select, which is not going to be easy, guys, after the interviews that we have seen so far. I did, thank you guys for last week when I was not able to be here. I did spend a nice evening at home watching the interviews, which I found very, very interesting. So we do have a selection to be made for this alternate opening. We have Barry Vaughn, Peter Hutter, Chris Kiley, Brandon Gonzalez, Kurt Hindenberger, and Bill Landis to choose from. And I would like to open it up to the board.
Sure, I could go if you'd like.
Please.
I just wanted to say, I'm really impressed by the caliber of the people that have come forward now, and I think that's a great sign. And I keep wondering, how could we engage this group further, on additional committees or any other way, whether or not they're chosen for the advisory group. I think we've got some brain trust. We've got minds here that could be very helpful, and they're clearly informed and or able to be understand the complexity of the issues. I think we've got a variety of knowledge of the actual situations. It's probably hard to understand it. I don't think we all do completely. What the FAA would allow and what wouldn't is always a question. We've got problem solvers. We've got people with real specific knowledge. We have neighbors who have a really firsthand interest in ensuring that the air quality and the health and safety. So I think we've got a good array of choices. I also think that we need to think about how do people get along. How can they contribute to the group, whether it's helping the group move forward or just helping work toward consensus. Those are the things that I'm thinking about. So I don't have a final opinion right now. I think I could probably narrow it down. We've had some pretty interesting people come on today, and we had a couple really 2 or 3 last week, I think, that were really good as well. So I'm thinking out loud here. My comfort level at this point is goes back personally to who I know and from the community. And so I was really gratified when Peter Hutter came forward. He had asked me about it years and years ago, and it seems like years ago, but months ago, and I had encouraged him to apply. But I'm thinking, he has some of the skill sets that he's a problem solver and an aviator with a lot of experience and a long time local and a safety conscious. Very safety conscious was the message he was trying to give us, because he kept referring back to the 4 incidents we've had was it this summer or this year with some of the GA planes
this week
riding off the runway, right? Was it this week? So Peter would be high on my list because I also, just some of his history as a forensic problem solver, he really has a brilliance in that regard with complex situations with moving parts. That's his specialty. So I would love to have him on our short list. But I also saw, I'll stop right there, but I saw similar talent in several of the others as well. So I wish we could just expand the size of this board, but I don't think that's what we're doing.
All right, any other member of the board want to jump in here? Kelly.
If this is inappropriate, just tell me.
It's inappropriate.
Just stop now.
I guess I'm just wondering, we have an opportunity here, given that this board has already been functioning, to sort of understand its dynamic a little bit. And I guess I would look to staff, since we don't have other board members to give us this input right now, but about how that group is working, if there's sort of an obvious missing opportunity, to balance some dynamic, or, hey, we really need a numbers person, or, I don't know. Like, I guess And if that's an uncomfortable question to put you guys on the spot for, then that you can tell me that you'd prefer not to answer. But that would help me, I think about these candidates a little more holistically.
I'll
really like
second
that
what she
question.
just said. Thanks.
On the uncomfortableness or the
Inappropriate.
We don't mind putting you on the spot.
So is there a
I can-
gap in this board that you think we might be looking for to fill, either both on personality and ability to work cohesively, or on level of knowledge, intelligence, and experience?
Well, I can start. And again, my involvement is trying to keep Dan kind of at arm's length for these kind of conversations, because he does work directly with that board. So I think I'm a little more free to maybe have those kind of conversations to protect Dan a little bit. And I can just give you, because I attend those as well.
I'm the one who asked Dan to
See,
come forward.
John does this for me. I do this for Dan. That's how it works. I can tell you, we just had a retreat, and it was the first time we really had a chance to get together. Howie, unfortunately, was out of town. It'd have been nice if he would have been there personally, but it was the first chance we had to really get together and kind of just face-to-face have conversation and kind of see how people were reacting with each other. I believe this board has got a ton of talent, and it comes from all perspectives. We do have a pretty heavily educated group on the emission side of things, on the environmental side. We do, and we've got some really strong people there. And I think you guys have done a good job in balancing, quite honestly. I think we need to give you the credit for that. We do have some GA, but we're getting ready to get into the FBO conversations of kind of what's happening there. We could maybe use a little more of that, but again, Kelly, I think you asked a really good question about conflict, because if you get an individual that can't participate because of they've got some type of conflict at the airport, that's a challenge for this board, because they are going to be seeking all input. They need that. And Greg, you bring up being able to get along. I think this board does a great job of getting along with each other. They're starting to understand, and we listen to differing opinions, and they're not discounted at all. They're encouraged. And so I don't know that there truly is a glaring gap. And again,
Could I follow up? Just
Yeah,
just
and then
ask
I
while you're on
want
the
to add
topic.
some. Go ahead, Greg.
Just regarding
I do too.
wrangling, management of the group, do we have strong enough leadership or directed enough leadership in the group that
Gotcha.
that decisions are being made in a kind of an orderly manner, whether it's Robert's Rules of Orders or just making sure that everybody's participating and heard?
Yeah.
Do we have any issues with that?
We don't. And you may hear otherwise in the community that there's that, but it's not the case. Both Jackie and Meg run a very good meeting. They're always open. They let people put their input in. I think what happened early on, there was an initial vote on some emissions on a baseline that kind of caught everybody by surprise, and they just really didn't think that through. But they're a new board. We have had the opportunity to sit down and really talk about how they play together. We just did working agreements at the retreat here from that dynamic itself. So, one of the things I know we're getting ready to enter into is going to be the terminal and kind of what's going to happen there. And Greg, to your point, this committee, we're going to be talking tomorrow. It's on the agenda about how they involve the public in further discussions. And how they're going to address the terminal, because I think we set a really good precedence in this community about getting public input on buildings, and from every aspect. And so I believe there's going to be opportunities where some of these people are going to be able to ask to be participating in some subcommittees of some sort. I know they're going to want to do open houses, but somebody that has some background on terminal transportation. That's a big one that's going to be a part of it as well. And so I think looking through these resumes, if you have that component, that's something to consider.
So, Francie, before I ask you, I'm just going to, one of my concerns in watching the interviews from last week was transportation. Do we have anybody in there who's really focused on transportation off of the airport, getting to and from the airport?
On the committee itself?
Peter and Chris?
Yeah, Chris Kiley's interview, that was kind of one of his key important issues, and I didn't think we had anybody already sitting on this board that had that.
Not specifically.
Okay.
no.
I don't think so, not on the current
Yeah,
board.
that just complicates matters,
Well,
'cause-
I do know on your applicants, Barry Vaughn was on the task force that I had taken on, and that dealt specifically with transportation.
Okay.
So he does have that knowledge.
He's got that background, okay.
Mhm.
And he's also got a great background in the aviation industry
Uh-huh.
and issues. Francie, please?
Now, I wanted to ask you, Rich, since it seems like the board is fairly balanced, would somebody with a really strong personality maybe unbalance it or upset the cart?
I don't see it. I really don't. I think the respect I've seen from all of them, they kind of check each other. I really believe that. So I don't think so, Francie. I don't think Jackie and Meg, from a leadership standpoint, would allow it to happen. And so
Okay, great, great.
So, and I'm gonna add, Bill Landis comes with a great deal of local experience and history, both on the safety, the GA. I mean, he's like great boots on the ground kind of guy, but I think the issue right now with the FBO right here in our focus, I would like to keep Bill Landis involved in some way, and hopefully when the issue of the FBO gets moved forward, we might have an opportunity to bring him back on this advisory board. I do not want to lose him as part of this effort because of his wealth of knowledge and his demeanor. But I think the conflict issue might be a little too ripe right now, and he might have to recuse, and we would not want to appoint somebody that was in that position, I don't think. I think that was Kelly's concern about conflict. Do you have any input on that, Kelly, or?
Yeah, no, I mean, I do have a concern. There's a lot to balance here. It's unfortunate. Yeah, the right thing, I think, is to hold off, I think. But, it's a little unfortunate because we want to make sure we have enough information and enough expertise available that we're still making good decisions related to the FBO.
Yeah,
So
it's a tough one.
A recently retired operator at the FBO is sort of the ideal profile.
Well, that may be occurring in the not too distant future, is my understanding. I'm not pushing Mr. Landis to retire right away, but
I guess. Gosh, I had another thought.
That's a good point, Kelly.
Yeah. Sorry, there was something else that I'll need to come back to that I just forgot that I wanted to bring up here.
Okay, let me make sure. Okay, Kelly, let me know.
Come back to me when it comes back to me.
Francie, fill in for Kelly's.
Yeah. I'm going to comment on some people that I think are strong. I was a little concerned about the strength of Barry Vaughn's personality and willingness to not have an opinion on something. But other than that, I find him to be a pretty compelling person with a great deal of background information. So I think if he can meld, I think he would be really great. I thought Peter Hutter's interview was amazing, and I was really impressed. Chris Kiley, I loved his ground transportation focus, but as you know, I have concerns about having too many SKICO people on any of our boards. I thought today Brandon Gonzalez was really impressive. I really liked his manner of communicating. I thought he seemed like he could have a whole lot to offer. Kirk, I really liked also, but I do think his focus might be a little narrow, although well-informed. And so Bill, I think, has a conflict of interest, I'm sorry to say. So that's kind of where I stand on them. Depending on how everybody else feels, honestly, they're all so strong. I would accept any of them if other people felt strongly.
Okay.
I remember my question now.
Kelly, going back.
How is the pacing of the work and the motivation of the work at the board? I guess I'm wondering, are they striking a good balance between giving enough time to deliberate the issues with moving forward on decisions?
Want me to start on that one, and then? Sure. I think the pacing, Dan can talk a little bit about what's on the future. But right now, we haven't really faced, it's been educational. We have really, they've been drinking from the fire hose, and it has been a lot of time just spent bringing them up to speed on what it takes to operate an airport and all that's involved. They're getting ready to embark on just exactly what's going to take place from a policy recommendation to this board. We have been bringing in Mead and Hunt to give them the advice. That's a contractor, a consultant that we have been working with at the airport for years. And we're starting that emissions discussion. So they're now starting to deliberate that and what that's going to look like. Tomorrow we're going to talk about the format that it may look like coming to you. They've got some decisions to make. From a pacing standpoint, I believe they do need to have some public input into that final product before it does come to you. So it could be another probably 2 meetings before you guys see something presented to you. So from a pacing standpoint, we're just now starting to get into that. We are a little concerned, though, that we are starting to stack up, and it's going to start happening pretty quick here. You all approving that the ALP financing is going to really kick off, getting Brad Jacobson in here with Jacobs Daniels to start really focusing on what that looks like. And so there's going to be a lot of information and some decisions that are going to need to be made. So the pacing is going to pick up. So I do know that there's board members that have talked about making some decisions and moving on. There has been a lot of chatter about we can't keep looking backwards. We've got to focus. We've got the direction from the BOCC. We know what the mission is in front of us. We've got to keep moving forward. So the pacing is going to become more and more, I guess, front and center as we move. So I don't know if that answers that or not. I
Well,
think
it's
it's
helpful
okay.
because I feel like some of what I've, like some of what I'm thinking about with these candidates is like with Barry, I really appreciated that he came with like, hey, we have a bunch of this that we can do now. And he was very articulate about that. And I was like, I agree with you. I do think there was a bunch of that we could do now. And then I look at like Brandon and Peter and I think like, gosh, these are real thinkers. Like these are real people who can process a problem and work it, but with that comes the trade-off of can we embrace that yet move along efficiently and or do the outcomes from all that time outweigh the need to move quickly, right? So I guess this is what I'm trying to balance when I'm thinking about how these candidates work on the board.
If I can.
Yeah, go ahead,
Okay.
Dan.
No, I think that's an excellent point, Kelly. Actually, we're coming to a precipice, I think, on some items such as, let's say, terminal design, where we're chasing some things such as infrastructure bill funding that has a finite timeline to it. We need to actually get in and probably make some decisions and actually get into design and agree on a design and move forward to be able to capitalize on those infrastructure bill funds. Otherwise, we're going to lose those. I mean, so those are some of we probably do need somebody with a little bit of tenacity to be able to kind of push items forward a little bit more. But as Rich mentioned, I mean, a lot of the leading up to this has been educational. So there hasn't been a lot to push. But as we're getting there, things are stacking up. And the fact that we meet for a couple hours once a month, and we're going to discuss that at this month's board meeting, that to be able to get actual results from this meeting, we're going to have to start making some actual decisions. I mean, we do need people that can think about things and analyze things, but to actually get them out the door, that's, I think, the direction we need to start going a little bit.
Okay.
And, Kelly, I think the analyzation is good as long as we aren't going back and revisiting
Right.
all the 18 months worth of analyzation that took place to get us to where we were. I think you guys have adopted a really good playbook, and that was not overnight. I mean, there was a lot of work that went into that. So I think these candidates are all, again, I'm with you, they're all very good, and they bring such great expertise. It's just we've got to be able to move forward.
Yeah.
Question regarding, it sounds like there may be a changing time commitment. It sounds like, honestly, there isn't enough time to do what needs to be done if you're talking about a timeline. That's one point. Second, so we might need to circle back, not that I want to open interviews again, but let's make sure the people that we're considering, say in our top 3 or whatever we've got, really understand that this could heat up and require more of their time. That's an important question, because I honestly don't know how busy Brandon is with his kids or whatever, or if Peter's traveling more, or if Barry gets, what it takes. Barry's kind of expressed how interested he's been very clear how interested he is in
Yeah, his
doing this.
interview was very clear.
The question I had then is talking about the need to really get things done. Who does that fall on? Because I'm concerned that, one, I think it has to come from the board itself, from the director and the chair and the co-chair. We've heard criticism in the community that, there's always a criticism that the staff is steering the bus and influencing it heavily, or if it's being weighted too heavily in one way or another by whether it's by staff or an individual with an agenda. So how do we guarantee the community that what we've created here is a board that is really going to be doing this independently of us to a great extent, and of you guys to a great extent, but how much influence are you going to have on making sure they're meeting these timelines?
Well, honestly, I think they need that leadership because we
From
know
within,
what's, what needs to take place. But I do think, though, that this board is independent enough to slow down what we can, and we're savvy enough to know where we need to step back and take a little more time to get things done. So I think it's a combination of both, Greg, honestly.
And I think it's important, Greg, too, that the board was set up to help this body make decisions to achieve the plan that this board adopted.
Right.
Correct.
It's not completely independent in terms of those recommendations. There are going to be compromises that have to be made probably along the way, because of the different players that are involved, whether it be the FAA, financial realities, engineering, whatever those
Time,
are,
scheduling,
right? It's just a complex project with a lot of stakeholders involved.
It does
And
come down to us at the end.
at the end of the day, this body is serving this board. And so part of it does come back to this board to continue to set those objectives and boundaries, and then also to listen to and accept the advice of the advisory group. We're trying to balance out because there's pacing. This board is learning each other. They're learning the issues and getting prepared to make recommendations to this body that are feasible, right? They're legal, they're meeting the objectives and recognizing the compromises. So yes, the board needs internal leadership and guidance so that it can act with the discretion that this body has granted it, which I think is a really important distinction. And guidance from staff to help support administratively, and then expectations coming from you. This board is ultimately the board that's, unfortunately, you're stuck with the last decisions no matter what.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So if they don't get their homework done, we're going to be deciding anyway if
Correct.
we're looking at a big deadline.
Right.
So that's an important consideration. Should we do ranked choice
Wait,
voting?
no, not yet. Francie, your hand is still up and we need to hear from Steve.
It's a new hand, but I'll wait till after Steve.
Steve, go ahead and then we'll go back to Francie and then I will pitch in.
Okay, first of all, I don't feel prepared to make the final decision today. I can whittle the list down easily enough. There are some outstanding candidates here, and since we just heard from some of them just, minutes ago, to me, I need to mull it over a little. I need to then look back at the previous interviews that we did last week and compare it to the interviews that we just had today. But I do think there are two people I would eliminate. One would be Bill Landis because of the conflict issue with the general aviation and the FBO. I would love to get him plugged into a subcommittee on safety issues at the airport. And I think both he and Peter were really strong on that. And I could see that, getting a subcommittee where I don't think that if they're looking just at the safety issues and not at the FBO, that Bill could be really good on that, as well as Peter. The second one I would personally eliminate is Chris Kiley, because we already have a ski company executive on the board, and having 2 ski company executives on the board, I don't think is appropriate. Chris has, you know, if he was the only one, he would be a good, strong candidate for it. But I personally don't think that we should appoint a second ski company executive to such a small board that's so important. Not that he couldn't contribute somewhere along the line on, you know, on subcommittees or whatnot. So then to me, that leaves 4 candidates who are strong candidates. I personally like Barry Vaughn a lot. He was the only one who applied initially when, if you remember, we put out the opened up the position, and he was the only one who applied, and we wanted more people to apply. So I think that speaks for itself, that he wanted to get on this board more than other people to, you know, put his name out there for consideration. And he does have a strong personality. I did get a phone call from Meg Haynes about Barry, and she had actually talked to Barry after watching his interview. She said that he came across really strong in his interview, and we all sensed that he was very, you know, maybe overconfident, or, you know, just a kind of a strong personality. But she did work with him on the, you know, the whole airport visioning process, and understands him and knows him through that process. And she said that he would not be a problem. He is really a consensus, striving for a consensus on thing is really his strong point. And doing mediation is kind of his business. That's what he does. He has an attorney, so I wouldn't be as concerned about that. But I think we have 4, eliminating the 2 that I suggested eliminating, that still leaves us with 4 people who all have really strong points. And I personally need more time to go back and look at all 4 of the interviews, the tapes of, you know, recordings of the interviews before making a final decision.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah, I understand that, but I won't be here at next week's meeting, so we're kicking it out. So the plan was, and I hope I'll hear from the rest of the board if everybody else feels that we're ready to move forward on a decision. And then Francie, I'll let you go, and then I'm gonna kind of focus on where we are.
Thank you, Patty. I would like to suggest, I think this is what's coming up at the next meeting anyway, that they meet more than 2 hours a month. I mean, on the Wolf Committee, we started at 1 full day a month, and before long we went to 2 full days a month. That's 16 hours a month, and it was still hard to get through everything, and it was much less than all the details in this. So that's my first comment. So maybe we need to check to see if people are available to do that. But anyway, I think Rich mentioned that that's probably going to be on the topic. I do have a quick question before I say the last thing I want to say, and that is, when is the next meeting for the board?
Tomorrow, and
No, it's
actually Thursday, and that topic is on there about the amount of time meeting, so they will be discussing that, Francie.
But if we made a decision today, we could appoint someone tomorrow that could participate on Thursday.
That you certainly
right.
could.
That's where I was going.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, given what Meg said about Barry Vaughn, I could make a motion to accept Barry Vaughn as I don't think we do motions on Tuesday, but I would recommend that we strongly consider Barry, as much as I really liked all the other candidates and found Peter and Brandon particularly inspiring. I think Barry is probably a powerhouse that could help move things along.
Thank you, Francie. I agree with you on that, with Barry. Peter Hutter, Greg, so you know, I've known him for 40 years. Peter's a great guy. He's calm, he's well-versed, he's well-experienced. He'd be a great asset. I think maybe he understands this community, the values of this community. I think he would be very important to have involved in our terminal design if we do a subcommittee. Same thing with Brandon. I mean, his background is amazing, and his presentation today was extremely impressive. I don't want to lose him from the loop either, but I think the fact that we need to get some things moved forward with funding looming in front of us, we need somebody who's going to get in there and try and work with the group. I think Barry can work with the group. I think Meg and Jackie can keep him focused on that. It's just, this was really tough, and I didn't think it was going to be, but I was really impressed. And as far as Kurt living across the street and his focus on health issues, you know, I think there might be some opportunities. He saw a different perspective rather than just the climate, but more the physical, personal health, public health kind of thing, which I really appreciated. So, and Steve, I understand if the board wants to delay this to give you more time, I understand that, but you know, we are trying to move it forward, and it would just put it off because I would rather the board not make a final decision without me next week. So, and I won't be able to call in because I'm going to be at a conference, and I don't know what this agendas are going to be at this point. So, I'm hoping we can move forward today, and if we can get a consensus with this board to move it forward, we can bring it back tomorrow. We can add it onto our agenda tomorrow, correct, John? And then that person can participate on Thursday. So if we're asking them to move forward, we need to try and move forward. So where does the board stand on this?
If I could, I'm feeling a little uncomfortable that Meg is calling and lobbying for Barry. It feels like building a coalition within the board.
I'd call from other board members lobbying other people.
Had you? Okay.
Yeah, so.
I didn't have any other board members call me. So that's one of the concerns I wanted to bring up. But I do think I completely respect Barry's integrity and his you know, interest and his background and all that. I am concerned about him being a strong personality on a board that may not be prepared to go in and prosecute the way he does. Frankly, he's a prosecutor, you know, is the way I saw it. And that makes me nervous, I have to tell you. And that's one of the reasons Meg was calling around, because she was aware of how that came across. So I see a red flag. I think Brandon and Peter are very similar in skill sets as engineers, problem solvers, and analytical minds, data. But Peter's the aviator and Brandon isn't. So I get, you know, I was joking about ranked choice voting, but you know, I'm still kind of leaning toward Peter would be my first choice, probably Barry my second.
Okay.
But I'm happy to go along with the way the board's moving, because I think we have they're all really great choices. I don't want to create a situation on the board where we have conflict, and you know, I kind of feel like
on our board or their board?
Our board's fine with it. You know, that's what we get the big bucks for this.
We love
conflict. But that board, I just want to make sure that they have you know, it's a really well-functioning board. It doesn't feel as if coalitions or, you know, cells are forming, you know. So that was my concern. I thought I better articulate it now.
Kelly?
Yeah, I can support Barry. Yeah, I think just a little bit of my concern about Peter was he's less of a generalist. I just saw some real like specific focuses, and some of the comments I think he made about how the future of aviation will increase operations at the airport like alarmed me a little bit, because I was like, oh, I feel like our goals are too status quo. So I appreciated that input, but it didn't align for me as to what our direction was. And you know, I think Kirk's concerns are well represented already on the board. I hope, and I do think so in that respect. Brandon, I think, you know, for me it was sort of between him and Barry, but I like Barry's sense of urgency a little bit about moving things forward, and I think he does have the experience to like get people to a place where to move forward. even if, you know, I don't know. It'd be nice if we do have another opening to sort of revisit these candidates,
Yeah.
rather than reopen
Definitely.
the interview process.
And I
'cause
think I'm
it's-
seeing that supported, I'm looking at
it's tough.
Steve and Francie, but I think I too support, if we do have another opening come up, we've got these great choices that were really difficult. And depending upon what opening that was, who we were losing or gaining from the board would be part of our decision-making. But I thought Brandon's interview was really, I mean, and looking at, thank you for sharing his resume, which took your breath away. But I think I can move forward with Barry. Steve, are you okay if we move forward today? I wish I could accommodate you, but you're on mute. So keep talking.
We all need to learn deaf sign language, and then it doesn't matter if we're on mute or not.
More.
So I was not aware, Patty, you weren't going to be there next week without like memorizing the future agendas. And then knowing that the Airport Advisory Board is meeting on Thursday, if we could get somebody officially appointed tomorrow, that could be very important, I think, to have them be able to move forward with the full board. So, and I would place Barry as my number one choice. I like the idea of if there's another opening in the near future on the board, I would be okay with just considering those who we have interviewed just now, because we had some really great people apply for this, and who could really, benefit being on the Airport Advisory Board.
Yeah, and I don't think we want to lose those candidates. And if we have subcommittees or attrition on the board, we've got a great list here. And it was amazingly impressive.
Could I ask a quick question?
Yeah, certainly.
Francie was going to weigh in, but I wanted just a quick question. But we can back pocket it till after this, but just regarding conflict of interest, things like that, the board has been fully schooled on that, correct? Okay. All right, thanks.
Oh, yeah, they've been counseled more than once.
We've had John Ely attend.
Okay.
In fact, the very first one we talked about, kind of those type of items. There's a lot out there. This is a formal board, so there's a lot of new things they're needing to understand.
So Francie, did you want to come back and?
I'm good with Barry.
Okay, so
I
we
like
are
him a
going
lot.
to
I think he's an incredible person.
Thank you. We are going to recommend to the advisor to put Barry Vaughn on the advisory board, and we will do a formal vote on this tomorrow at our regular meeting. We will add it to our agenda.
Okay, one thing we do need to do is Michael Salandas was the other alternate that was just recently put in, and his term is 2023.
And where will
You can either,
Barry's-
well, we either need to move Michael up to 2024 and put Barry at 2023, or else we're going to have both alternates at the same time, so.
I think we move, is the board comfortable moving Michael up and putting Barry in on the shorter term, or?
Certainly
That would make sense.
Yes.
your choice, or else Barry goes on with the 2024, so.
No, let's do it the other way around, and we can
Okay.
bring that back to amend that tomorrow, yes? Will we need to do that officially? You guys can figure that out between today
Yeah,
and
we
tomorrow.
can.
That's your task for the evening.
We can do that. We can figure that out.
No,
but
we don't have Charlotte right now.
I know. She's probably watching one
You
of
know,
us.
if their term is over, we can just reappoint them, correct?
Yes, you can. Yeah,
Yeah, but.
How soon do you want to see them again? I
Yeah,
guess is the question.
Steve, please.
The thought, one thing that I forgot to mention in our discussion is the resident of Pitkin County versus the Down Valley resident. And I can't remember what we decided on in terms of our bylaws, but Barry Vaughn is a Down Valley,
He's Blue Lake.
non-Pitkin County resident. And that could come into play here, but I can't remember what we decided on our bylaws.
Well,
Rich, could you
Barry's
fill
a
us in
resident
on
of,
that?
yeah, Barry's a resident of Blue Lake, Michael's a resident of Pitkin County, Upper Pitkin County, and
Right.
Rich Berkeley was a representative of both the city of Aspen and Pitkin County.
Yeah, and as you know, board, we had amended that because we were concerned that they were all going to be Pitkin County, and the way it was looking is the majority of the board needs to be Pickens County residents. And so you had elected that one maybe of the alternates usually look to split them. And
So
in this
we're-
case, that would split them.
That would split them.
But you had asked to open it up for other applicants throughout.
So
And
so
this
Barry,
fits a little more in line.
Barry
with
fits in
those
even
changes.
better.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
So
Good
that's a
point.
good question, Steve. Thank you.
I think it sounds like we have consensus. I'm happy to appoint Barry tomorrow.
And can somebody write that up for us for tomorrow?
No, we're gonna figure that out, yeah.
Are you assigning that to me to do? Okay.
Quick question,
What
is
else
this
do we
the
need to
only
do on
board
this?
appointment we
Anything else?
needed, board?
I think this is the only
needed to
board appointment we
discuss?
do.
No, actually, we've
Oh,
got
we
a
have
couple
the
more.
library.
Oh, right, there are more.
So we've got, you had one applicant for the library board, Audrey Ellis.
Okay, which the board
And-
supportive of Audrey who came forward for the library board? Okay.
Yes.
Pardon me.
And then you do have
Yes.
Board of Health.
We have one more interview for the Board of Health.
That's correct. And so you've got one at-large regular and one at-large alternate. You've interviewed 2 candidates, and you have one more coming up on the 20th. Just wanted to check in that the
City of
board wants
Aspen
to
will be
wait.
will be appointing somebody for Ann Mullins.
Yeah. Now, does the board want to wait to interview all 3 candidates for Board of Health before making
I think we should.
any? Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
So
That's it.
tomorrow we'll have library. Does that already, I didn't see that on our agendas for tomorrow. Because we hadn't made it yet. We're
Well, we'll
making
have
it now.
to, yeah,
Only
we'd
one
be
applicant,
adding this
right?
in, so we can add in Audrey and then the appointment of Barry.
And then whatever we might need to do to move Barry and Michael around.
Mhm.
Okay. Are we all good? All right,
That's it.
we're not done yet. Now we're gonna see if there's any more open discussion from the board.
We had one, we were going to give the board a quick update on the courthouse construction, if,
We are doing a ribbon cutting on October the 5th
Yes, so.
before we head to Twin Lakes.
yes.
All right, we're done.
You had the preview.
Well, there you go.
I noticed that.
It's fun to be chair. You gotta, you fill your schedule in before everybody else.
I know, I've got it all. We're done. Bye, see ya. I'll meet you at the courthouse.
Yeah, this morning in our infrastructure team meeting, Jody updated the team, and I thought it'd be good to let you know. We are looking at moving out of the Armory on the 26th. Everything is on schedule. It looks, I guess, great. I have not been over there, but she offered to take us over, and that's what I wanted to offer you all too, is a preview prior to the 5th if you want. Just let me know, and we'll line up Jody, and you can go through and just kind of spend your time and take a look at it. It has turned out incredibly well. So,
I want to tell you, there's one huge disappointment.
Uh-oh.
Huge. They filled in the bird hole on this side of the building. They put bricks in there, and I'm really bummed because that bird is now homeless.
Huh.
There was a little finch that lived in that hole.
There is a lot of affordable housing and trees in our town.
I think you've solved that as a
Found
board.
a little birdhouse on the wall.
Watch out.
I'm gonna have to find a home for that bird. I feel so bad. And so does
Careful,
Laura.
Kathy,
and
you might see some tree houses going up.
Yeah, so you'll know it's me. I'm gonna be the mystery tree hanger. But Laura really misses watching that bird as she's contemplating life in healthy rivers and streams, et cetera, to not be able to see that bird.
But yeah, let
So
me
Patty,
Yes, Steve?
Patty, I'd be okay with you putting a birdhouse on the site of the courthouse, but it has to be an old birdhouse that was on an old Victorian or
Victorian
miner's
SP,
cabin
yeah.
in Aspen that you move over there. Has to be historically designated.
We have to call
That's
our
right.
historic preservation.
You know
officer.
what, Steve? You've put a challenge before me and I love nothing better. All right, I'll come up with something and you'll surprise all of you, so don't be surprised. Okay, sorry, Rich.
No, that's great. I just contemplating the permitting process it's going to take to do that. But
We're not gonna tell the city of Aspen.
The location's an extent thing.
there you go. There you go. Perfect. But I did want to make you aware that we are moving out of the Armory on the 1st, and so that'll be turned back over to the city. So all of the requirements that we had under that agreement will be finished up. So we
Does
do
that
want
make the restrooms available that following
that
Saturday?
will probably allow access to those for sure. So,
Okay.
but
We solved the problem, Kelly. We're just
Yeah.
moving the courts back.
anyways, we do want to thank you from a staff's perspective. That was a really nice arrangement, and thank you for allowing the money to pay for that because it worked really well with the court system. We just kind of seamlessly moved over, and now we're looking at moving back. Everything that was in that building will stay. We're having some supply issues with some desks, so we may bring a couple. The city has said you can bring a couple over, utilize those until we get the rest of the furniture in. But
So is that it for the courthouse?
I believe it is.
Yeah.
Kelly. Well, we have windows eventually.
And the
You know, those are
birdhouse.
kind of on the 5-year plan, and we've kind of kicked those down the path a little bit. But I think we're getting very close. So.
I was guaranteed that the swearing in January would be on the steps of the historic courthouse, the front steps, even with that new face that we have created on the front of the building.
Yeah.
So, so if we'd like to take a tour, we'll just let you know.
Yeah, please. Yeah, just let me know, and we'll line up having Jody walk you through, and she can look at things. So,
Thank
okay,
you.
that's all I just wanted.
All right, thanks, Rich. That's all from staff.
Anybody else? Board have any other open discussion? We are we're a little early, well, quite early, for Mr. Ely. Do we know if Mr. Ely is on and he knows that we're gonna be moving? I don't see him. We need to get a hold of him and let him know that we are gonna take a break. And should we give ourselves 15 minutes to go into exec? Well, we can go into exec now, but 15 minutes?
You can, but I have to recuse myself from this
Yes, you do.
discussion, so I'll be recusing myself before you
Okay.
take the break.
So we have I need a motion to go into executive session for the purpose of document request of BOCC records, discussion with counsel pursuant to CRS 2472-2032B and 24-6-4024B.
I'll move to go into executive.
Before we do that, I have a question though about, are we not gonna do future agendas, or did I miss it?
We
or-
already did that. Did you have anything
Oh,
for future?
before?
Yeah, do you have anything
Oh.
you wanted to add to future agendas?
No, I don't. I just
Okay.
was a little confused. Thank you.
So did you second, Kelly?
Sure.
Thank you. So I'm gonna take a vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And
Aye.
I will call legal counsel and let him know we will be convening at 4 o'clock or there shortly thereafter.
And that is a different link, correct?
Yes, and John should have sent it.
Yeah, he did. Okay, thank you.
And I'll
soon.
see you all tomorrow. I will not be joining this
We
conversation.
will be here tomorrow.
Bye, Greg.
Thank you, everyone. See you at noon
Bye,
tomorrow.
Greg.
Okay. I'll call him too. Thank you.
Okay, well done. Good job, Patty.
Thank you guys.
got us
No, you
through it
guys made
early.
it.
How you guys?